Greetings, family. This is Cassandra Faye Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. And so we're going to continue today. Let's see. Okay. We're going to continue today with the reading. I'm going to do another live today. While I'm doing the reading, I'm probably going to do 2 lives a day. That way I can keep up with what's happening in the world and still read the book without too much digression on the reading of the book. So that's what I'm gonna do. The only digression that I'll do during the reading of the book is if I have content or commentary that I want to add, and the reading of the conspiracies at the beginning of the reading, which I'm going to do today. And that's it. So anything happening in the world, I will say for another live, which would be a shorter live. And I also think that I'll debate about it. I'm trying to determine if I'm going to read, because the book is it's not terribly thick, but it's hefty enough that I don't want to spend, months on the book. So I'm thinking about a 2-hour read a day and then an hour live later in the day. Okay. All right. So let's see which one I'm going to use. Okay. So we are the breakers of curses. We are the casters of glorious conspiracies and the creators of the new world. I, Cassandra Faye Floyd, as a divine instrument of my mother's divine, I am a divine instrument of my mother's divine will. As such, I am protected and guided by the sacred blood and water of my mother, Jacqueline Jeanette Cook's body, that anointed my entry into this life. I am divine because she is divine. Mommy and I are one. I call all of our mothers to this moment. I call them they who govern everything, all time, and every space in between. She with 10,000 names. Today it is Oya, Yamaya, Oshun, Iami Ajay, divine architects of existence, usheresses of the new age. Mommy and I are one. I call upon all our divine ancestors and the Ashe of every mother on earth to break every curse ever cast upon the mother and her children. In all timelines and in every dimension, Mommy and I are one. We, the mother's divine children, conspire together today to forever bind those who have or would harm you, great mother. Mommy and I are one. We conspire together today to destroy everything and everyone in every timeline and dimension that has caused suffering and despair. Mommy and I are one. Today, we embody the sacred and divine power of our mothers. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite all time. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite the book of life. Today, we our mother's children call the winds of change. We conjure the primordial dark. We summon the sacred serpent deep from within the earth. We subdue the rogue sun. We control the light. We heal the harmed. We embolden the fearful. We embolden the fearful. We instill courageous action. Today, we are staging a global evolution as is our mother's divine will. Mommy and I are one. We, the architects of the new age, now create the new institutions, the new traditions, the new culture, the new ways of being. We ecstatically welcome the radical destruction of all institutions of hate and harm erected by the godheads of war. Mommy and I are one. We have the power. We have the voice. We are the portals of change. Now we employ our sacred breath and we give life and sacred blood to this conspiracy. Mommy and I are one. We command, come the wind, come the storm, come the lightning, Capture and judge all godheads of war and all betrayers of the mother's divine will. Bring their confusion and war to an immediate end. Scatter them to oblivion, never to be resurrected. We are the fates. We are the furies. We are the Iyami-Aj. We are the disseminators of divine time, divine rectification, divine retribution, and evolutionary justice. Mommy and I are one. We are the restorers of heaven on earth under the mother's divine reign. We wake the sacred serpent from her sleep to assist us in this sacred assignment. Mommy and I are one. Love unlimited is our birthright. Harmony is our birthright. Ecstasy is our birthright. Pleasure is our birthright. Freedom is our birthright. This is her divine will. We are the divine seminators. We are the divine executors of her will. We speak her will into the now to reverberate throughout all time, all space, and all dimensions. It is certainly as we say, forever and ever. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. I, Cassandra Faye Floyd, as a peculiar expression of the almighty divine she, the great cosmic mother, now join in breath with my global family to conspire on behalf of the whole made well. We are breathing these words together into the now to ensure that our home, her body, is restored to her original perfect glory. Her glory is perfect in peace, love, bliss, happiness, and ecstasy. This world exists because we collectively will it so. We, as the representatives of the mother's reign on earth, speak this beautiful conspiracy as a single cosmic earthly orchestra to guarantee heaven on earth in joyful compliance with our mother's divine will. Possessing the power of our mothers, we speak this glorious future now. It is certainly as we say, forever and ever. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. All right. Greetings, everyone. Greetings, Chantage, Kate, and Dee Dee. It feels like I ain't seen you in a minute, sister friend. Okay, so we're gonna get started with the read for today, which, for those who do not know, we are reading the book The Power by Naomi Alderman. I will remind you why I'm reading this book, because Amazon, punk bitches that they are, decided that they are not going to follow up with the with the second season of the series adaptation of the book, and a bitch got to know what happened, because the show was good. I don't care what nobody talking about. I don't know why everybody, but they didn't promote it. I feel like they did that for a reason. I feel like they did that for a reason. They didn't promote it. Worth a damn. Didn't nobody know about it, and so it didn't get. I guess it didn't get the watch hours or whatever that it needed to have a second season picked up. But I have another theory. You cannot have no TV series, where the chief main orchestrative protagonist of the flick is not only black and female, but jet black, coal black, deep black, womb black. You feel me? Be the chief, primary, guardian, custodian, protagonist of a global world movement of young women, pubescent girls, staging a contest against the patriarchy. They can't have it. Calling herself Eve too, her name Eve. Oh no, they was like, I don't know who let this shit slip through, but no, not on our motherfucking watch. If you didn't watch the first season, even though they ain't picking up another season, watch it anyway, because you got this dark skin. It's deep. The show is deep. You got this dark skin young girl who is being brutalized by her white foster parents, um, sexually abused by the male, complicitly abused by the female. And so when the show comes on, the name of the show is called The Power, not Power, The Power. It was on Amazon, and it came out in 2023. And this girl is, for all intents and purposes, mute. She doesn't speak. And they've taken her to therapy because they just don't, we're just good Christian people and we just don't know why she won't talk. You feel me? And so anyway, she starts to hear a voice in her head. And the voice, I ain't gonna give it away because I'm reading the book to you. But the long and the short of it was, they could not afford to have a story. This is a global story. So when we read day before yesterday, each section is introducing the characters in the story. So the first person that we read about is Roxy. The second person we're about to read about today is Tunde. So it is this series that is based on all of these stories that are unfolding at the same time as these young women present with what is obviously a collective evolutionary leap forward that is intended to allow for females to protect themselves against their chief predator. That's the book. That's why when you see the cover of the book, you see what I'm saying? You got this black ass hand with this lightning coming out of it. You feel me? And they was like, "No, I don't know who approved this bullshit." The show is good. I have seen the entire first season straight through like a novel 12 times. I'm not exaggerating. Actually 12 times. Because every time I told my mama about it when I went home to help my mom. You feel me? So we rewatched the whole thing through when I was at my mama and them house. Everybody I see that I think is about that life, I'm telling them, watch the show The Power. Watch it all the way through. And it's an all-star cast. What's his name? What's his name? He is a Mexican actor. He started out as a comedian. He played a drag queen in the movie with Patrick Swayze and why am I forgetting everybody's name? With Patrick Swayze and oh my god. I can't remember. But anyway, is it John John Gayuzamo? Is that his name? John Leguzamo. I was close. Thank you, Shy Boy Shades. Appreciate you. Need that. Feel me? He stars in it. And the woman that plays his wife, she big too. She played in it. She played in a lot of stuff. She always plays Tu Wong Fu. Thank you so much. Yes. That's it. Tu Wong Fu. Yes. Listen. The woman who plays his wife, who plays the mayor of like Seattle, I think. She plays almost every movie she plays in. They have her as a crazy person. They have her as like a weird ass character. She was in that movie Heritage, that scary movie Heritage. I haven't seen the movie, but I saw the previews, and the previews were scary enough that I decided I wasn't gonna watch it. But she was in that. So she is in it. Who else? There's like several big name actors in the joint. You feel me? And so I am confused. I'm not confused, but I am confused by why they why you spend money on some shit that you ain't gonna promote? Why you do that? Why you spend some money on some shit that you are not going to market in a way that you can recover your shit? You feel me? Because the reason why we ain't gonna promote that shit is I don't know who fucked up and let this shit slide through. You feel me? But you got a dark skinned, nappy haired, black girl who was abandoned by her mama and brutalized in the foster care system, who started hearing an old ancient black bitch voice in her head telling her, "You're gonna have to smoke somebody." You're gonna have to get free. And the only way you're gonna get free is you're gonna have to smoke this dude. You're gonna have to smoke him. So get your mind right, pull your little feelings together. You feel something in your chest. Don't you feel something in your chest? I came here to help you, boo. Now what you gonna do is you gonna play the good little innocent girl. And when I say go, go. Let me tell you something about the show, baby. I might start watching it again just because we reading the book. It's so good. It's so good. Especially, there was still so much that I missed the first time I watched it. Every single solitary time that I have watched this show, something new comes through for me. Every single time. The story about Roxy that we just read. Yes, thank you, Tina Cole. Tina Cole say yes. And that punk ass wife of the man turned the music up so she couldn't hear as he was aggressing against this little girl. You hear me? She downstairs dancing to some Patsy Cline or some shit when she knows that her husband goes up to the room to take advantage of these little girls that they bring into their house as foster parents. You feel me? You feel me? I just want y'all to know I got an attitude today. I got an attitude about a particular community. That community is white and female. I'm just telling you, I got an attitude about them today. You are not the victims. I ain't gonna go off. That might be a discussion for another day. But even when you are victimized, you are not the victims because of your perpetual complicity. Your complicity is your participation, by the way. Complicity is not an innocent crime. Complicity is not an innocent crime. As a matter of fact, the Geneva Convention on establishing crimes, what constitutes crimes against humanity, what constitutes a crime that is punishable as a crime against humanity, complicity is listed as number 1. That's not my opinion. Go on and Google the Nuremberg trials, the Geneva Convention that followed the Nuremberg trials. What constitutes crimes against humanity? What are punishable? What activities are punishable as crimes against humanity? And complicity in the commitment of crimes against humanity is listed as number 1. If you know that genocide, listen to what I'm telling y'all today. Goddamn, I might have to change the title. If you know that genocide is occurring, and they tell you what constitutes genocide, what constitutes crimes against humanity, a removal of children of the group from one group to another is punishable as a crime against humanity. It's genocide. Conducting activities intended to shorten the life of or end the life of one group by another is what, listen to what I said, shorten the life of or end the life of one group by another is genocide. Complicity in witnessing genocide is genocide. Do you hear what I'm telling you? To see, to know, and not intervene, complicity. To see, to know, and not intervene is a crime against humanity. How many of you are participating in crimes against humanity? I want to know. How many of you today are complicit in crimes against humanity? That sure is bad what's happening over there, but I mean, I can't do nothing about it. That's complicity. I just want y'all to know today. It's complicity. What can one person do? That's complicity. And it's real convenient too. That's complicity. God damn, I got a word for y'all today. That's complicity. You feel me? To be in the home, because you hear this story over and 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 over again. To be in the home, married to a man that you know is crooked as the letter S, and you do not intervene, but instead turn the motherfucking music up so you are not harassed by the terror inflicted on another in the other room, your ass ain't even complicit. You are an active participant in genocide. You know what? I got a word today. Goddamn, I didn't even know I had one. I didn't even know I had one this morning, but let me tell you, I got a word today. Let me tell you something about genocide. Let me tell you something about genocide, baby. There are an estimated, according to the FBI statistics, there is an estimated functioning 5,000 plus serial killers active in the United States today. Do you know that they are unofficial carriers out of genocide? Why do I say that? Because we live in a country that has created the prototype for what genocide is. That's why. That's why. When people be acting all confused and bewildered and shit, I saw these two brothers talking on a show, little cute little talk show they have, and they're trying to understand why America has more serial killers historically than any other country. And America's so young. How can this be? Really? You acting confused and perplexed about why there is an unchecked bloodlust in this bitch right here. You act confused. Why would you be confused about why the United States of America has documented more serial killers in the last 100 years than every other country combined? You confused. Why that is? Why is it that America, as young as it is, there are more reported sexual aggressions against women, children, the handicapped, and males than every other country combined? Why are you confused? Because we call it something other than what it is. We call it serial killing. We call it mass murdering. What do we call it? We call it sexual aggression. We call it rape, right? We call it human trafficking. It's none of that. It's none of that. It's none of that. It's none of that. Everything I just named, everything I just named, it is the evidence of unchecked, uninterrupted genocide that is spilled out from the indigenous population to now us Americans. We act confused and perplexed and call it everything but what the fuck it is. But all it is an unending, continuous, uninterrupted execution of mass genocide. And we are complicit. Every last one of us are complicit. I hate to tell you, I hate to rain on your motherfucking parade on today. But here we are in the cusp of, here we are in the embrace of, God damn it, here we are in the throes of this full moon in Aries, in this period, this momentous period in human history, where Pluto and Aquarius, they came out the gates with they fucking blades sharpened, ready to slay some shit, and we up in this bitch complicit. Heaven has an attitude today. Hell has an attitude today. The planet has an attitude today. The mothers have an attitude today. The goddamn planets have an attitude today. The stars and the constellations that make them up have an attitude today. The whole universe got an attitude with Earth today. The whole, when I tell you, I mean exactly what I said. The whole universe, the whole known and unknown universe has an attitude with Earth today. Our ancestors have an attitude with us today. Our mothers are sick with the attitude that they have with us today. Goddamn. Our mothers are sick with the attitude that they got with us today. How long we gonna let this shit go on like this? How long you motherfuckers who got everything you need to set this shit off, how long y'all gonna let this shit continue? We done did all the bleeding you need do. We done did all the sweating you need do. We done did all the suffering one needs do to secure a future that has everything that it needs to end this shit once and for all. Why y'all ain't did shit? Oh my God. Why y'all ain't did shit? Why y'all ain't set this motherfucker off? Why y'all ain't set this motherfucker off yet? Why y'all haven't turned this bitch all the way the fuck up? There shouldn't be nobody in a position of power anywhere on this globe experiencing any level of comfort right now. Not a motherfucking one. Not nowhere. Nobody should be comfortable if the ones who create everything cannot be comfortable. Here we are, the descendants of fucking giants. Giants. This shit's stupid. This shit's stupid. This shit's stupid. And the only reason it is stupid is because we have allowed our enemy to become so malignant, so big, so audacious in their fucking mediocrity. We have allowed our enemy to have fake ass, false ass courage in their mediocrity. Child, this shit stay blowing my mind. It's stay. I did a whole long ass 4-hour live last week called The Revenge on the Nerds. Because I'm sitting here looking at these pictures and you can't make it make sense. If anybody is over 40 years old, I know you having the same experience I'm having. How is it that we live in a world where what we call nerds, and I'm not talking about genius people, I'm not talking about true nerds, I'm talking about these weirdo social derelicts that couldn't get no ass in high school, and so they plot and scheme like the serial killers they are on how they gonna take over the world. Oh my God. What's that cartoon I keep talking about? What's the cartoon? Is it Pinky and the Brain? I don't think it's Pinky and the Brain. Is it Pinky and the Brain? It might be Pinky and the Brain. Where he got this little bitty, teeny ass, little frail ass body, but he's such a genius. He's going to take over the world because he got this big old giant brain in a big old glass bubble like he a motherfucking astronaut or some shit. That's who is running the fucking world. But the problem is they lied to you. They lied to you. They lied. Because his brain is this big. It's microscopic. It was a switcheroony. What I call it? A sleight of hands. Because he's weak and pathetic. And the only thing that he has at his disposal is that he and his fathers and his grandfathers and his great-grandfathers have been so proficient. And the only skill they have is stealing and killing. Excuse me. But you know what? Not even killing. Just stealing. Just stealing. Because they don't even do the killing. They don't. That's why you still herald them. That's why you still big them up like they rock stars or some shit. It's because they don't actually do the dirty work. Didn't we talk about that for hours and hours and hours while reading Pure Lust? No. What they have done is perfected the art of deception. They have mastered the art because they don't have a leg to stand on. Everything that we've read together, everything that we've talked about together, everything that we see in the real world is a constant, perpetual reminder of their mediocrity, man. They couldn't even come up with their own stories. They couldn't even come up with original stories. Every single solitary thing that we see is an outright theft of the mother's presence on earth. Everything. When I tell you nothing is exempt, everything is a theft of her story. Everything is a theft of her majesty. Everything is a theft of her ever presence. Everything is a theft of her ever watchful eye. Everything is a theft of her ability to heal. Everything is a theft of her version of justice, her version of judgment, her version of retribution, her version of revenge. Everything made malignant in the hands of the sun gone rogue. Every time we turn around, some new shit blow our wig, clean the fuck off, because we like, damn, they're literally, when I tell you verbatim, word for word, just flip the word backwards, just turn the word inside out, word for word. For 6,000 years, all these motherfuckers did was steal. That's it. That's it. And then because they cowards, then because they mediocre, then because they the babies of the earth, they had to hire somebody else. After they fucked up everybody's brain, after they stole everyone on earth's destiny, that's what they did. They stole, when they, listen, baby, they tell it to you in your face and you still do not see. After they stole your beautiful, epic, perfect destiny from you, gifted to you by your mother, after they stole your fucking destiny and took a false ass, fake ass head and supplanted it on your neck, this was the only way that they could create murderers out of you. It's the only way. Oh, ooh, shit. Ooh, fuck. Oh my God. Oh my God. God damn it. Child. When I tell you, every time I turn around, some shit is blowing my mind. That never occurred to me before. When I told you that every monster, every malignancy, every scary story, every terrible bad thing in every scary story, every demon, everything supposedly bad ever created was created by the mediocre son gone rogue, having not a single leg to stand on outside his mother. Honey, you can't have a destiny without your mother. And so anything that you call a destiny outside your mother is a malignancy that is going to shorten your life. Do you understand? Anything that you call a destiny outside of your mother is going to shorten your life. It is a cancer imposed on your head. We all got brain cancer, bitch. We all got brain cancer. That's what's wrong. We all got brain cancer. Every story, every tale, every horror flick, every demon, every monster, every rapist, every serial killer, every mass murderer is a creation of the sun gone rogue. Is a creation of the sun gone rogue. And if you want me to be more specific, every murderer, every mass murderer, every serial killer, every rapist, every pimp, everything, and all of them have one thing in common, that they target is typically what they perceive as the powerless, is typically females, is typically women, is people who are female adjacent, trans people, is people who are powerless, children. This is always their target. Why? Because they have been decapitated and they have been made this monstrous malignancy by the sun gone rogue, by the father god, by the war god, by the megalomaniac, to become the unofficial perpetuators of genocide. That's all it is. When I talk about Christianity, when I talk about Catholicism, when I talk about Judaism, when I talk about Islam as fucking murder cults, institutions, religious institutions erected by the godhead of war. If I'm telling you that the motherfucker is bloodthirsty, the godhead of war, then wouldn't genocide be his most favorite offering? Wouldn't genocide be his most favorite offering, his most favorite ritual, his most favorite ceremony? That's why you can watch what's happening in the Middle East. That's why you can watch what's happening in Congo. That's why you can watch all the different genocides that have unfolded on the continent, without a word, by the way. And you can see that the perpetuators of these aggressions against the innocent, against the powerless, against the so-called meek, and they're only meek because they haven't received ownership of their head, baby. That's the only reason. They are giant waiting to emerge. But I digress. You can see what's happening right now today in so-called Israel, and see white women, white-skinned white women, European descended, I don't give a fuck, white European descended, born in the United States, born in Illinois, born in New York, born in Alabama, born in Chicago, born wherever the fuck they born, right here in the United States of America, with a whole ass lineage of European descended people, white-skinned as the day is long. And you can see them calling themselves Israelis, doing yoga at an overlook, conducting a yoga retreat on an overlook while watching bombs drop on men, women, and children. And tell me that shit is not a sickness. That shit is not the outcome of a malignancy that has taken over an entire creature that looks like a human being. They are successfully subdued by the malignancy in their head, where they can be going out there talking about namaste, and shit, while this shit is the most, you can see men, they look like children, because the IDF, your ass got to enroll in selective services. You got to be in the military by the time your ass is 15, I think, 15 or 16. So you got babies bum rushing people's homes, soldiers, so-called soldiers, putting on women's lingerie after they done killed everybody in the damn house, wearing the women's makeup, eating the people food, celebrating just like you would at an old school 3,000-year-old drunken gluttonous festival in worship, and in the blood necessary worship of a goddamn God. And we see it as something the fuck else. It makes sense that genocide is the most beloved, the most sought after ceremony and ritual requirement of freaking murder cult godheads. The whole world is a murder cult, bitch. The whole world is committing genocide, bitch. What happens to us, we call it something else, because it doesn't look as sharp as what's happening in Israel, or as sharp as what's happening in Congo, or as sharp as what's happening in Rwanda. But the life expectancy of black people, black-bodied people, black-skinned human beings in the United States of America is on average 10 to 12 years shorter than they white counterparts. That's genocide, bitch. And that shit does not happen because of some inherent weakness on the part of being born with black skin. No. Oh, no. No. That's your American Medical Association. That is a genocidal organization, and it started. It got its beginning as a genocidal organization. Yes, it did. The American Medical Association, founded by John D. Rockefeller. How do you separate the malignancy of a human being from its creation? And act confused. I don't understand why they treat us like this in these hospitals. I was just telling my daughter a story yesterday that she didn't know about our terrible family history, and how my cousin, he and his wife, he was in the military, young in the military. He was 18 years old, just out of high school. He and his girlfriend were pregnant, and he was like, I want to do the right thing. And so he joined the military, and they had a great start. And she had a successful pregnancy. She went to term, no interventions, and she had her baby in a military hospital. And that motherfucker who delivered my cousin's baby pulled the baby's head so hard. A male white doctor pulled the baby's head so hard that it damaged the spinal cord and caused cerebral palsy in this baby. Handicapped her whole life for 21. This woman went to term with her baby. Healthy, 19-year-old woman. How many stories do we hear like this? Oh, it's just a freak accident. I told my daughter, I said, and my daughter was like, yeah, I remember that story. I said, but it's so interesting. I said, because that story was a repeat of our grandmother's story. And it didn't occur to me until yesterday when I was having this conversation with my daughter. She's like, Mama, what you mean? I said, my grandmother had 9 children, not 8. I said, my grandmother's first child, this was right when the hospitals in Louisiana were finally desegregating and allowing Black women to come into the hospitals to have their babies. Up until then, everybody delivered their babies at home with a community midwife, which they should have continued doing. But the propaganda needed the money. The institutions needed the money. So they was like, look, we got to let these Black bitches come in these hospitals and start having their babies. And at least while they're there, we can control what happens. That's what happened. That's what happened. And so my grandmother's first child, Uncle Joseph, that none of us ever met, my grandmother went to term with Uncle Joseph, healthy young woman having her first child. And that doctor, male white doctor, while delivering my Uncle Joseph, broke his neck and killed him instantly. And my mom and everybody in the family, my big mama never let anybody in the family forget Uncle Joseph. I never met him. My mom and them never met him. Nobody ever forgot Uncle Joseph because it devastated her. Not only did it devastate her, I am convinced it's one of the reasons that she was so forever detached. Big Mama didn't show love. We knew she loved us because of what she did for us, but she didn't show love. She didn't hug. She didn't kiss. She wasn't warm, but she would cook. She would take care of. She would make sure we looked presentable everywhere we went, but she didn't show love. That shit changed her as a human being. To give her body to someone that she trusted based on his information, and he obviously know more than her and her 8th grade education, I'm going to trust this person with my life and the life of my child. And he killed her baby. And so it wasn't until much later, I think the next 3 children that she had at home. She had with a midwife. And then then my mama was born in a hospital, and then the rest of her children were born in a hospital. American Medical Association, in partnership with the so-called American justice system, for decades and decades and decades and decades and decades, legalizing the unwitting, unknowing imposement, sometimes knowing enforced through the court system, the forced removal of Black and red women's reproductive organs in this country through a court order. All they had to do was say, do you know that the quote, not the diagnosis, the judgment from a judge, that if you were considered an imbecile, this is legal language, that if you were considered an imbecile, a judge could rule that you could be forced to have your reproductives removed so that you did not, quote, reproduce more imbeciles. But that, quote, imbeciles in the population was going to be an economic burden on the system, and that you could be deemed an imbecile legally and be forced to give up your reproductive organs. Or the unwitting, unlegal, but no ramifications of the so-called Mississippi appendectomy, the Mississippi appendectomy, where you go in to have your appendix taken out, or you go in to have some surgery where you got to be put under. And then no matter the surgery, it didn't just have to be down below. You understand? What was going to be your recourse if you go under the knife and you have to be put under to have your tonsils removed, and all of a sudden you having pain in your abdomen that you can't explain because they have gone in through your belly button and removed your ovaries? There was a class action suit filed in the early 2000s by the women who were still alive, who had been victimized by the so-called Mississippi appendectomy, 15,000 women filed a class action lawsuit in the 2000s because it wasn't even, listen, there wasn't even legislation against it until the 1990s. The forced removal of a woman's reproductive organs without her knowledge or consent. Though informed consent laws been on the books since the 1970s. But y'all will perpetually call this, not only will you call the shit something other than genocide, not only will you treat these aggressions like isolated incidences, like this young man who was just found hanging from a tree on a college university campus, you will still call it something other than genocide, an isolated incident, because you don't know, because it ain't in your face, or they hide it, or they call it something else, like he took his own life. That since the year 2000, there have been more than 480 lynchings of black-bodied people in the United States of a goddamn America. And you'll still call it something other than genocide. Always looking across the water for some shit that makes you feel good that somehow, at least I was born in America, the greatest country in the world. What is happening? I'm going to make a really controversial statement. Y'all going to be mad and in your feelings about it. What is happening in the country that you know as Israel is just a sharp, acute expression of what has been happening to black and brown and red people in this monstrous motherfucker unended since it came to be. You're talking about looking at the places where America goes and launches these aggressions. Iraq, Baghdad, Afghanistan, all these places where you see the before and after pictures. You see Afghanistan before the United States invaded Afghanistan, and you see a flourishing population, people eating ice cream, going to coffee shops, going to university, and then under the guise of somehow in some roundabout way that don't exist, the Afghani people are responsible for what the fuck happened in New York. And so you watch as these motherfuckers level an entire society. That war against the people of Afghanistan, against the civilians of Afghanistan, transformed the bodies of women in that country. I went to a medical convention in 2005 or 2006 at Yale, a 4-day conference at Yale on, what was it called? The state of health in the third world. That was the name of the conference. The state of health in the third world. And this Afghani doctor, obstetrician, did this presentation about how the bodies of Afghani women 5 years after the aggression had been permanently transformed by this U.S. aggression against the people of Afghanistan. That in Afghanistan prior to this aggression, the Afghani women had a better birth outcome than most countries in the Middle East. And then after that aggression, the country up until that point that had the worst birthing outcomes on earth were Sierra Leone and Bali. And after that aggression, just a couple of years after that aggression, the women of Afghanistan's birthing outcome catapulted to one of the best in the Middle East to the worst on the planet, where 1 in every 3 women would die in childbirth. And what was it? The infant mortality rate was 1 in every 3. In the United States of America, 1 in every 5 black children will die before their first birthday. In Afghanistan, it was 1 out of every 3 children would not live to see their first birthday as a direct result of genocide, of that goddamn aggression against civilians. Mississippi has the worst birthing outcome in the entire country. Mississippi has a birthing outcome that is similar to Sierra Leone, where the leading cause of death of women giving birth is postpartum hemorrhaging. How the fuck does that happen in the United States, where 1 in every 5 Black women living in the state of Mississippi will die during childbirth from postpartum hemorrhaging? That 1 out of every 4 Black children in Mississippi will die before their first birthday, and we call it everything but what the fuck it is. It is genocide. That we can go from state to state, from city to city, from town to town, and see decimated goddamn cities completely abandoned, completely obliterated, or the extreme opposite, coffee shops everywhere. They weren't bombed from the sky, but they were bombed by white presence that we call gentrification, and call it everything but what it is. Gentrification is genocide. But because you have this perpetual revolutionary population that stay giving the state, that stay giving the government, that stay giving the white ruling class goddamn hell, they have to be more insidious. They have to be more covert in how they conduct outright genocide. You see what I'm saying? So when I say that what's happening in Israel is a more acute, in your face aggression that we can easily identify as genocidal, these same progressive white people right here in the goddamn United States of America will step over the bodies of Black, brown, and red human beings to go fight on behalf of the victimized Palestinians in goddamn Palestine. And have perpetually done that. Have done that with every aggression. Have done that with every decade. Have done that with every period. Have done that with every revolution. I sat here and watched this documentary the other day. That shit blew my mind. I think I know some things, and that shit blew my mind. This white dude was saying, the thing that people miss all the time is they think that it was the hippie movement that was finally responsible for helping end the aggression in Vietnam. He said that's not true. He said, if anything, the hippie movement prolonged the aggression. I said, oh shit. He said they prolonged the aggression. He said, because before there was a hippie movement, before there was this peace, love, and rock and roll movement that he says was orchestrated by the state, baby. This shit here blew my shit. He said that shit I was talking to y'all about Laurel Canyon out here, and how all them agents was moving into Laurel Canyon and having their babies, is the Laurel Canyon conspiracy and all of that shit, right? And how all the famous hippie movement bands that we know of were actually the children, the descendants of agents, CIA agents, FBI agents, high-ranking military, specialized black ops motherfuckers, all up in here in Laurel Canyon. The Doors, Jim Morrison, Pappy was an agent. The drummer for the Police not only was an agent, but he was the founder of the CIA. The drummer for the Police, his father founded the CIA, created the CIA. You feel me? On and on and on. The lead singer for the Mamas and the Papas, Frank Zappa, all these people. And all of a sudden, you have this Bourgeois. I'll talk to y'all about Jared Leto the other day, how his people got ties to the state. Jared Leto, the weirdo that is now got his own cult or some shit. And how he just bought the big ass house in Laurel Canyon that was the house that the CIA was using to do their sound experiments on how to hide messages and shit up in music as echolocators. I said, this shit is so deep. They were using Music Child in the 60s as echolocation devices that if a motherfucker play the record, they could find them. They could locate a bitch if they played the record. I said, y'all gotta stop. This shit is too much, right? conducting experiments on how to hide messages in music to elicit a desired response and outcome. Isn't that what we talk about? Why we call our work conspiracies? Isn't that what we say it means? That the word conspiracy began its etymological roots was about music. That the Greeks called music a conspiracy. Music was a conspiracy. Music was, quote, the coming together, the breathing. That's the definition. The breathing. They don't say the saying of, the speaking of, they say the breathing of a sacred oath to guarantee a singular desired outcome. People who come together and breathe a sacred oath to ensure, to guarantee a desired outcome. And the reason it was associated with music is because musicians would come together. Or when they were talking about the sacred instruments, like the harp was a sacred ceremonial instrument for only whom a few could possess. Or the pipe, which had the pipe that we know of is like, right? Or like, that's still the many fingers, the many notes that come together. Even when I play the sitar, there is a, quote, mother note who gives birth to the other six. This is the many that come together to breathe a sacred oath to ensure a desired outcome. What's the desired outcome? A singular song, a singular piece of music, a singular idea communicated by many in this oath that they take together. Conspiracy was about music. You understand what I'm saying? So it's just fascinating that I'm reading this story about Jared Leto buying this big ass beautiful compound where the United States government was conducting sound experiments to see how their desires, to see how their certain desirous outcomes could come to fruition through the manipulation of music. That happened. You understand what I'm saying? And so I'm telling y'all about all these conspiracies with the music and this, that, and the other. And this dude is saying in this documentary how before the co-opting, before the getting in front of it, that in the early 60s, there was a functional, effective, consolidated, somebody else was just talking about it the other day too, a consolidated anti-war movement. There was a difference. And see, what happened is with the imposition of acid by an agent. Leary was an agent. Leary worked for the goddamn government, the dude who's supposedly accredited with founding or discovering LSD. His thing is Dennis Leary. This ass was working for the government when he just oopsed upon LSD in corn mold or whatever the fuck. You feel me? So with the imposition of seriously mind-altering drugs, music that has been deliberately manipulated by the government up here in a secret compound in Laurel Canyon, with a bunch of agents who had babies just so they could funnel their babies into this movement, the imposition of the so-called peace movement and conflating it with what was a functioning, effective anti-war movement at the time was what destabilized the anti-war movement, which was what left all these revolutionaries like Bobby Hutton and Fred Hampton and Huey Newton and all of these victims of the counterinsurgency COINTELPRO, was because now all these hippies, all these white people who ain't got no interest in doing anything progressive. What they call progressive is going out to the field and showing their titties and dancing naked and taking LSD and trying to expand our consciousness. And that's the way peace is going to happen on earth, is everybody just has to expand their mind. And so then it was, if everybody just takes acid, I'm sure we can change the world. So today, I'm sure if we can get everybody on earth to take ayahuasca, that it would change the world. And that's a quote from somebody calling themselves a progressive right here in California. A quote made to me. I know what you're talking about, Cassandra, and I understand like the importance of political activism. But I just really believe that if everybody could take ayahuasca at least once, it would change everything. Poor thing. Do not understand the state. Do not understand the state. Do not understand the role, the very long and historical and necessary role that drugs have played in the destabilization of opposition. Child, you really think you as an individual are having some mind enhancing, consciousness expanding experience? Don't you know that the victimized people of China during the, what did they call it? They called it the opium triangle. Huh? The opium triangle that created a nation of addicts. The people of China were not addicts before they met the British. So those of you who are tuning in via my IG, y'all, I don't know why they do this, but my IG stops at an hour. My feed stops at an hour. It's like 16 seconds away. So you got two options. You can go to my YouTube channel, which is Daughter of the Fates, at Daughter of the Fates, or you can hold on tight and I'll re-up this live. So I have to stop it and then bring it back up. So I'll go back live on IG again, but I encourage you to go to my YouTube channel. Give me just a second, you guys. Yeah. So I didn't mean to go off. I really wanted to get in this book, but that's how I got in the book. Let me circle all the way back. So first of all, and I think what brought it up was the sister mentioning that white woman in the kitchen turning up the radio so she didn't hear this aggression being made against this black child by her malignant ass husband. You feel me? And that's why I said what I had said. You feel me? Just want to tell you, we still building something here, and part of that is and I'm always trying. It's hard for me as a Virgo with a Capricorn moon and a Gemini rising to keep shit simple. I'll be honest. It's very, 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 very difficult for me to keep shit simple. Even as I'm always telling you, keep it simple, make it plain. It's very difficult for me. I find myself at war with myself a lot, trying to say, okay, I'm making this shit too complicated. Okay, let me reel this back. X. What's the meat? You feel me? I'm making this shit too complicated. And the reason I'm saying that is because without making shit too complicated, but also having the ability to keep things simple, to make things plain without sacrificing the depth, without sacrificing the depth and what's necessary for the moment. Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh shit. I don't know who you is, the experience guru, but that shit just made my day. The experience guru say, oh my god, I'm hype. I caught a live, in quotes, you feel me, in my voice. That's awesome. I was seeing this sister. I don't know where she at. She might be mad at me. But I was seeing this sister who lives here in California, like a follower, a listener, who came to do a session with me here at the house. And while we were in the middle, of our session, she said, "God damn!" And I froze. I said, "What?" She said, "Yes, girl, I'm talking about you." She said, "Every time I watch a live, I'm eagerly waiting for you to say, God damn." I was in here rolling. We in here doing a serious intake. I'm doing a serious consult with this woman. And out of nowhere, she said, God damn. Oh, shit. Anyway, so this show, The Power, what I think I might do, because it's only been an hour. Y'all bugging in the comment section. What I think I might do is go ahead and end this live, right? But just to say, I started out as kind of just like an overview of why this is the book that I chose. And let me just say why, another reason why I chose this book. I chose this book, one, because I want to know what happened at the end of the show, since I just saw the other day, they just officially canceled The Power. So they're not making a second season. I was like, these sons of bitches. You feel me? So I was like, all right, now I definitely got to read the book, because I need to know what the hell happened in the shit. Especially the way they ended the season 2. I was like, y'all play too much. Y'all play too much. So now I definitely got to read the book. Okay? As with most of the books, except maybe 2 that I've read on my channel, is as I'm reading the book to you, this is the first time I am reading the book. So if I have moments, y'all just gonna have to bear with me. If you saw the season, then you know how deep, and they always super condensed, so you know how deep the show was. I am imagining that the book is going to be at least thrice times as deep as the show was. So that's why I started, was just to y'all saying just go ahead and start reading. I was gonna say I would just start another live right away and start to read, but you know what? Fuck it. Everybody who ever watch me read should get the intro anyway, because genocide was the issue. Genocide was the discussion. Clarify, make simple. Every crime that happens in this country is an act of genocide. That's my personal position. The foster care system is genocidal. The medical system is genocidal. The so-called justice system is genocidal. The educational system is genocidal. Take your babies out these bastions of hatred. If COVID didn't teach you anything, it should have taught you that for them 2 years, your ass can do what the government has failed to do, which is educate your children, is to create a community for your children. Is to, what you call it? Because every time somebody be talking about, I can't homeschool because what about, oh, thank you so much. Yeah, John Legumzano. Yes, he's in it. So listen, everybody's like, what about socialization? They won't get any socialization skills if you homeschool them. That is a myth among all myths. That is the most monstrous myth, as a matter of fact. And when you begin homeschooling, you will learn that there are more people out there homeschooling than you think, who aren't weirdo cult followers and shit, who just want to live off grid and prepare for Jesus coming back. Everybody that homeschool ain't on that shit. I homeschooled my daughter for 4 years before letting her go into the public school. 4 years before letting her go into public school. And even when I was homeschooling her, guess what? There are so many states in the union who have a homeschool department tied to the Department of Education. You had to register as a homeschooler in the state of Florida. You couldn't just say, I'm taking my kids out of school and I'm homeschooling. You had to register as a homeschooler with the Department of Education, and then they would give you the tools that you needed specific for homeschooling families. They would link you up with homeschool collectives. Like, my homeschool representative from the Department of Education was fucking calling my phone once every 2 weeks. Do you have everything you need? Are you certain? Do I need to attach you with some other homeschoolers? Did you know that the YMCA actually has a PE program designed just for parents who homeschool? You can take your kids for 2 hours to the local YMCA at no cost and have PE, and your kids can have PE just like they would in public school. I'm like, no, I didn't know that. Thank you so much. They would give you all the 411. So check with your state, because whatever state you're in anyway, if you take your kids out of public school, you have to register. Every state requires that you register as a homeschooler. They still have to be able to pass the state tests to show that they're on grade, they're at grade level, right? We had somebody come to our house and test my child for the 4 years, every year for the 4 years that I homeschool. So COVID had great lessons to teach you, but you were so eager for, quote, things to go back to the way they was, which is insane to me. COVID had great lessons to teach you about what we're experiencing, about what we're leaping into, about what is about to happen to our children born during COVID, children who should have graduated high school during COVID, all of these things that happen because these kids are going to set off the next evolutionary leap forward. I'm convinced of that. I need to do a whole live about it. I am convinced that what we have began to pathologize is what is necessary for us to catapult forward, to radically leap forward into this next period. And these motherfuckers are working overtime to try to pathologize these children who came as a consequence or who were impacted most particularly by COVID. You understand? But y'all so scared of the word COVID. Y'all so scared that y'all do not see how much more in tune your babies are, how much more empathetic they are, but not in some pathological way, right? Like how much more outspoken and audacious these babies are. Y'all play. And so what I'm telling you is you was convinced that you could never homeschool, and COVID forced your ass to homeschool. And guess what? You did an excellent job. But you kept saying, I can't wait till these schools open back up. But just a second ago, you were saying, damn, these schools, why they be treating our babies like this? Because the school is genocidal. Developed that way, organized that way, has remained so. To ever think that you are going to get what you deserve from the school system is lunacy. And I don't even care. Even these motherfuckers who have the ability to pay for private school, or go to good schools because they pay higher property taxes in they ain't getting shit neither. That's why they can come out here and be boring ass mediocre motherfuckers like goddamn Elon Musk. They ain't getting shit either. You feel me? It's genocidal. The healthcare system is genocidal. Y'all say, oh, well, the reason that healthcare in America is so bad is because it's capitalistic. It's medicine for profit. You have missed the boat. It is genocidal profit. Genocide is the first thing. Genocide is its origin. You cannot separate the creators of the institution from the malignancy that is the creation. The justice system is genocidal. The medical system is genocidal. Everything that they create is to ensure a certain necessary loss of life to feed their bloodthirsty war god, to make the capital gains that they need, and to ensure that because it's a guarantee that the people are weakened, destabilized, poisoned just enough. Why do you think they poison your ass? With the water, with the air? Why do you think they deliberately poison your ass? Because if you are poisoned enough, it meets all of their benchmarks. Shortening of the life expectancy, the destabilizing of a potentially rebellious population, and to keep you just well enough to work 40 hours, but just sick enough to not buck back, to not think, to not plan, to not strategize, to not come together. I'm just telling you, this shit is a web. This shit is a web. And this sleight of hands bullshit. Stop siding with sleight of hands. I taught y'all 3 years ago. I did a 3-part series 3 summers ago about because Chloe Dior just reminded me of it with these little books that she got in these little emoji books. 3 summers ago, I almost caused my own brain to explode doing a deep dive of the history of the duality of the red and blue. The history of the duality of the red and blue. Go back. 3 summers ago, I went into a terribly enormous and painful deep dive. So all of a sudden, and I have reiterated many times. Every election, I'm reiterating it. Every time I tell y'all why I don't vote, I reiterate it. Y'all have been played, baby. Y'all been played. And until you are ready to make a break with this parasite, bitch, he will continue to thrive. I don't give a fuck what you think you doing, how you think you maneuvering around the man. You ain't. You ain't. There's a reason he stay winning. And is it because everything you speak out of your mouth is an articulation he fed you at birth? Everything you think that is you, he fed you from birth. Every articulation, every idea you think you have that sets you apart from the norm, he is the two-faced, man. That's why I kept going into that shit. That's why the twin energy shit has been so deep and in our face this year, and we have not been able to articulate it in the best way until you had me. I'm sorry. Somebody gonna have their feelings hurt, but I'm telling you what it is. You are literally being played. Jesus is the prototype of this period, of the age of Pisces. Jesus is the two-faced. That's why the 2 fish. The 2 opposing fish. Who are the 2 opposing fish? Who are the 2 opposing fish? The 2 opposing fish. The light that y'all love so much. The light. You got to see the white light in your head, and the light. And then the dubious, unseen, mystical dark, always looking to destroy and devour. The devil, the Satan, the bad, in your face all the time. But guess what? This is the one. This is one. This is not 2 separate entities. This is one. The fish, the Piscean fish is one. Now they show the fish as, quote, connected by a red string, right? But they are one entity. Why? Because the ocean is one. It is singular, the ocean. Not only is the ocean singular, boo, in terms of what we call the firmaments, right? The firmaments of the ocean, as personified in every religion on earth, right? In Ifa tradition, they say that the ocean is ruled by 2. Who the 2? Yemaya up here at the top and Olokun down at the bottom. That is a patriarchal addition. I'm just telling you, that came later. The ocean used to be the singular, the one, her dark, deep, mysterious self, and her light, effervescent, moving self. The firmament, the upper firmament of the ocean, is the point in the ocean to where if you were to dive straight down, as far down as you can go and still detect sunlight, this is the upper firmament. And then there is that moment where you go down and all of a sudden you cannot perceive light. This is the lower firmament. Is the ocean divided? Nah. God damn it, it's still the one. And it is this male malignant son gone rogue that has placed himself outside the mother, and he has become dualistic. He has become duplicitous. This is the sickness that imposes itself on all of us. We are all duplicitous, man. That's why we accept political betrayal. Oh, yeah. It's why we accept political betrayal. It's why we expect political betrayal. We don't just accept it. We expect it. We are not surprised by, as a matter of fact, that when this great, dawning, dashing, articulate hero of ours becomes mayor, governor, whatever the fuck, president, that when he does something. He did all the right things. He said all the right things. He was a Democrat. And then when we discover where his money come from, when we discover who he was chumming it up with, who he was rubbing elbows with, when we discover that what he do? What are some of the things like Bill Clinton? Who was it? Was it Alice Walker? Our beloved Alice Walker that coined Clinton the first black president? Because the nigga would put on shades and go on Arsenio Hall and play the saxophone and shit. This monstrous, malignant, diabolical lunatic that he was remains. And then we act surprised and betrayed and bewildered when he do exactly what monstrous, malignant motherfuckers do. But then guess what? After we get over the shock of the thing that we couldn't believe that he did, guess what? We give him a pass. Because that's what Jesus would do. Isn't that what Jesus would do? It would be to forgive. You feel me? Jesus is the ultimate two-faced. I see you, rebel with a cause. I know about Obama. I didn't vote for him either time. Fortunately, I was up on game enough to know not to vote for him either time. That is not to condemn anybody that voted for Obama. But he is not exempt from the list of megalomaniacal figureheads of the god of war known as the United States of America. He ain't exempt. He ain't exempt. You feel me? He was just a colored version. And then he being the colored version of the figurehead. Let me tell you something about this shit. Let me tell you something. Back in the day, back in Greece and subsequently Rome, this idea of someone being in line to lead by blood, right? The only way the completion of this ceremony could happen. What was the ceremony? Let me tell you all about what's happening the fuck up in here today. God damn. Let me tell you what had to happen in order for the ritual today with the monarchy. What had to happen in order for the ritual, the ceremony to be complete? And it was guaranteed by blood. Okay. What had to happen? There had to be a crowning ceremony. Not only a crowning ceremony, when I told y'all I got obsessed with this miniseries called Rome, right? In Rome, before Julius Caesar could become emperor, there had to be a ceremony conducted by the temple priestesses to consecrate his right to lead, baby. What was required? What was required was for a ceremonial cow to be elevated above the altar, and for the temple priestess to sit below the cow in the temple altar, and for that cow to be ceremonially sacrificed, and that cow's blood spill all over this woman, spill all over her. She must bathe in this cow's blood because she is a spiritual representative of Caesar. Caesar has to be born again for him to become Caesar. For him to become emperor, he has to have a new birth. Why? Because his mother's birth is not enough. He has to be ceremonially beheaded. Oh, yes, he does. Oh, fucking shit. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I might be reaching. He has to be ceremonially beheaded, cut away from his mother's ordination, cut away from his mother's destiny, the destiny that his mother gave him that required Because the only way that you can be, the only way that you can exist is what? In a ritual of your mother's blood and water. It's the only way you can come to be. And in the mediocre son gone rogue's attempt to exalt himself over the mother, he must steal her ritual. And so the cow, and this in itself is bad enough, the cow, the great cow of heaven, Hathor, the great mother of the universe, must be slain. She must die in order for the son to become exalted. That's why cow ritual. That's why cow sacrifice. That's why cow ceremony. Not under the goddess, the bull. No. Oh no. See, it was the bull in goddess worshiping society, and it wasn't an actual bull. It was the great bull of heaven. You understand? Man, how about my phone never rang? Never. Don't nobody call me. Anyway, right? So once the mediocre son takes possession of all of the mother's iconography, everything changes. Everything becomes the opposite. So what becomes the story of the self-sacrificing bull of heaven? That's why I don't want to get that deep, but that's why what had been under the mother's society, under the goddess worshiping societies, ubiquitous around the world, the self-sacrificing, not imposed sacrifice, the self-sacrificing, which was a metaphor, by the way, not literal, the self-sacrificing bull of heaven under the mother deity now becomes the imposed, the forced, the tyrannical, bloodshed sacrifice of the cow. Why? Because the cow, in almost every tradition, the cow, the heifer, the female, with the ability to reproduce, quote, the milk of heaven, hence why we call it the Milky Way. The Milky Way was the universal cosmic milk spilled from the universal udders of the great cow of heaven. And so this ceremony, the son gone rogue, this ceremony where now, and somebody mentions the red heifer that these motherfucking so-called Jews is trying to kill, to quote legitimize they make believe made up stolen story of the mother to exalt themselves as the official rulers of the planet. In this ritual they tried to execute over here in Palestine, where they talking about trying to, because that's what they're attempting to do. And it's a political statement. It's not spiritual. And I'm telling you, the people propagating this shit don't believe it. I'm trying to tell you, they tell the world these stories that they don't believe to give legitimacy to their old age ritual of genocidal assault and land takeover. Their whole Old Testament is made up of nothing but stories of consecrated genocide, of legitimized genocide, of where our guy who better than your guy, you feel me, told us that that's actually our shit, and y'all was just over here taking care of it for us until we could come and get our shit. And if you don't willingly give up our shit, then we gonna have to slay every bird of the air, every beast of the land, every babe and every old person, and you can take the young girls under 12 as your wives. That's your Old Testament. That's your Old Testament. It's nothing but a book of motherfuckers going to and fro, waging genocide that in they flicked ass minds has been legitimized by the only one and true God, who he himself, Yahweh, is a theft of the mother goddess. Oh yeah, Yahweh ain't always existed. Yahweh ain't always existed. And I'm saying existed because he exists in the minds of a collection of people that go out in the world doing dirt on his behest. You feel me? So anyway, Caesar, the scene in Rome where Caesar finally becomes the legitimate emperor. And his Before he even walks out, child, his ceremony is begun with a blood offering of the great cow of heaven, literally suspended in the air over the altar. What is the altar? Does anybody remember what Barbara Walker told us the etymology, the true origin of the word altar is? Does anybody remember? Anybody? Surprise me. Anybody remember what the altar is? Wherever it is, whatever religion it presents itself, don't matter. What is the altar? Don't nobody remember. Damn. The altar is the woman's uterus. That's the altar. And since males don't have a uterus, and in their malignancy, always in every culture on earth, every religion on earth, every tradition on earth, no matter how beautiful it sounds, bitch, the male has attempted to hijack the iconography of the mother. So since he ain't got a uterus, he got to build an external altar. And he got to convince you that the external altar is the most important altar, and that it is the most sacred, and that it is the most consecrated, and every ritual has to happen on the external altar. Because why? Because he ain't got no uterus. And he mad about it. He perpetually mad about it. And he wants you to know about how mad about it he is. I'm just telling you. The altar has always been also the hearth. The hearth of the home. The hearth is the uterus. Why is it? Let me not get sidetracked, because I'm telling y'all about Caesar in this ritual, in this movie, that I was like, oh my God, this is what it is. It is him being decapitated, the necessary decapitation of the son, so that he has no memory of the destiny imposed on him by his mama, you feel me? So that he can accept the new destiny given to him by the Father God. And once he accepts this new destiny given to him by the Father God, he becomes the God Son. He becomes the God S-U-N, incarnate on earth. He becomes the God's Son. And in order for him to become the God's Son, he has to do what the mother son would do when he is born as a baby to his mama. What he got to do, right? He got to come through her. He got to come through her vagina. This is why he wears the crown. The crown is the ceremonial male vagina of the male mother. I'm not making this shit up. The crown is the male vagina. It is the ordination given to you by your father to replace your crowning moment at birth. The reason that all the thrones is gold, you feel me, is because you obsessed with the sun. The S-U-N. You obsessed with the sun and all the things that you think that represent the sun. So gold becomes the chief representation of the sun and the power of the sun. So you see all these motherfuckers with gold thrones, right? Gold thrones. What does the word throne mean? What is the etymology of the word throne? It means lap. So just like when you was just born with your mama, you always in your mama lap. You always in your mama lap. You come out from her lap and you sit in her lap. To nurse, you sit in her lap, even when you 2, even when you 5. Because back then, it was not uncommon for children to nurse up until the age of 5 years old. So you sitting on your mama lap and you got a booby in your hand and you holding it like it's a toy. You understand? And so if you are born new in the Father God, then you too must need a father lap to sit in. This male mother lap that you need to sit in. The hearth is the lap. The throne is the lap. Do you understand? And back then, Caesar, Emperor of Rome, they didn't have gold crowns like they got now. You feel me? They didn't have gold crowns. You know what they had? You know what they had, y'all? I'm having a whole moment. You know what they had? They had laurel leaves. Remember the laurel leaf crowns? They would take the laurel leaf strands, you feel me? And then dip them in gold, you feel me? So they would have a laurel leaf crown. You feel me? Y'all rocking with me? Why is that significant? Because I just told you the CIA just bred all these bastard fucking co-opters of the fucking anti-war movement up here in Laurel Canyon. And do you know, I told y'all didn't believe me. I'm going to go take a picture of it today. I'm going to take a picture of it today. Don't let somebody who got my phone number, don't let me forget. I'm going to take a picture of it today. The entry to Laurel Canyon, there's a big old beautiful gate, a big giant beautiful gate. You know how gates be announcing the community that you're going into. A big old giant beautiful gate going into Laurel Canyon. You want to know what it say? It says Mount Olympus. That's what the fuck it say. Y'all think I'm lying? It say Mount Olympus. Entering into Laurel Canyon. Mount Olympus. That's the name of the community. Now, do you think that's a stretch? Here we are always talking about how the biggest weapon that they had was the manipulation of time. The manipulation of time to make us believe that the past is long ago and the present is what it is and the future is yet to be. And that's it. Never the three should connect, right? But what if the past that we have been taught was actually a prediction of the future? I've been having these moments because I told y'all when we were talking about the astrology and how the Pisces fish, the opposing facing fish, right, are connected by the little red cord, the umbilical cord. You feel me? They are one, right? The opposing, right? And then you go through from Pisces to Aries to Taurus, and then you get to Gemini, and they got their arm around one another. They ain't connected by anything, but they got here you go to twins again. They connected in they love for each other. When you start reading the story about the two twins, Pollux and what's his name? Castor, right? That they loved each other so much that they wanted to be united in heaven. And so they are always shown like arm in arm, like they arm over each other because they love each other. You feel me? The next sign is Cancer. And Cancer looks like the Gemini, like the Pisces fish, opposing facing, but they are completely severed. They are broken from one another. They are not attached in any way. I said, oh my God, this alchemical symbol that we recognize as the sign of Cancer is the successful severing. Is the successful severing in this twin relationship where the son is finally successful in this cutting off of his relationship with his mother. You go on through the zodiacal chart. The zodiacal chart is not one directional. We read these mythologies, we learn these mythologies, and we see this shit as past tense. Bitch, this shit ain't past tense. This shit is all dimensions, every direction. The future informs the past informs the future. The present is all futures, and the present is all pasts. I'm sitting up in here yesterday having a moment. I did my hair in this little weird just to keep it out of my face because I wanted to keep the little braids as long as possible. And I like just whoop, whoop, whoop. And I'm in the mirror putting up my little faux bun. You feel me? And girl, in a split second, I had this moment. I was like, oh my God. I was like, I'm tripping. But in this moment, when I saw it was up. It was like big. It's done drooped a little. Hold on, let me see if I could tuck it back up. There you go. That's how I walked around all day yesterday, right? And when I swooped this shit up yesterday, there was a split second, and it stayed with me all day, where I was like, oh my God. As a matter of fact, I had my hair just like this. Oh, I have it tied up in the back, but I had it just like this. Right? Let me see if I can fix it. Had it just like this. And in that split second, I was like, oh my God, what if because I have two of them that I'm trying to get rid of. Two statues and pieces of the female incarnation of the Buddha. And the female incarnation of the Buddha is all them BB shots, them curly cues, them BB shots coming up into this cone. Like shit. This cone like this, right? Sitting in the lotus position. Right? When I tell you everything is so in your face, and we'll remember 2 weeks ago when I did that piece, and the guy said that the esoteric Jesus said that the only way to become immortal, after I did that long ass thing, and they said this is the key. It's just this simple. Damn, it's just this simple. The only way to become immortal is to always recognize what is right in front of you. And so, lo and behold, the sun gone rogue distracts you. What did Mary Daly say? Thank you, Shanta J, for all of your notes from the reading of Pure Lust. What did she say? That evil is anything that distracts. What? Evil is anything that distracts. What did Barbara Moore say in The Great Cosmic Mother? Evil is anything that prevents the emergence of the one. Anything is that. Wait a minute. She said, evil is anything that prevents the emergence of the one. Then Mary Daly, after reading The Great Cosmic Mother, she said, oh, evil is anything that distracts. Why? Because distraction, according to Jesus, is the thing that prevents you from seeing what is right the fuck up in front of you. He ain't specified what the fuck is in front of you. He said anything that distracts you from what is always right in front of you is the thing that's going to prevent you from re-becoming immortal. Yes. Thank you, Shy Boy Shades. What your Bible say? That the adversary, the distraction, the adversary is the author of all confusion. What is the definition of war? What is the etymology of the word war? To cause confusion. That's what the etymology. Go to your Wikipedia. Go to your etymology online. What is the etymology of the word war? To cause confusion. And so he say, you got to be able to always recognize what is right in front of you in order to become immortal, in order to re-become immortal. And so this shit seems simple. The past, the present, and the future are one. They are one, just like the ocean. The metaphor of the ocean, the metaphor of the Piscean fish, the upper firmament where you can still detect the light of the sun, and the lower firmament where you cannot detect the light of the sun. The ocean is still one. Not only is the ocean still one, but it is still connected to every river, every lake, every stream, every well. The water is one. The environment, what we call oxygen, what we call air, I don't even know what the fuck that means. Air ain't real. Water is, though. What you breathing is water. What you breathing is a gaseous form still connected to the material form. What you are breathing is a yang form of the very material water that you can detect. You feel me? And so here I'm talking about Caesar having to go through a rebirth ritual through his no uterus ass having pappy, who is thirsty to extraordinary levels on blood. We might need to even go back. Yes, that part, Chloe Dior. That's it. It's that simple. It ain't complicated, right? And so we might need to go back to the Genesis when Cain supposedly kills Abel, and God is like, "Yo, where your brother at?" And he was like, "Man, damn, am I my brother's keeper? I don't know where that nigga at. Like, shoot, he do his own thing, I do my own thing." He's like, "Nigga, why you lying? His blood screams to us from beyond the grave." We're always talking about the DNA as a great messenger, the cellular structure as a great messenger, the greatest communicator that we have, our DNA that lives in our blood, right? So why would I go off on this diatribe about your fucking presidents, plural. Trump is not your only problem, child. He is the child. Trump is the extreme personification and response and planned response and reaction to the outcry and outburst of the Negroid president that had ruled for 8 years. See, Trump, he was an extreme personification. Obama, right? And Trump is the alternative extreme. They are still one, bitch. They are still one. They are still unified in their ambitions. They are still unified in the outcome. They both will benefit from the outcome, bitch. One and the same. And I even switched that shit up for you. Had it been that old woman that y'all so in love with, Kamala, I gotta come up with a nickname for her too. But Kamala, this shit would still be one. This is the megalomaniacal father God and his ambitions needing to be met and using everything that had been in the domain of the mothers and flipping that shit upside down, turning it inside out. You feel me? So that his ambitions can be met. The son gone rogue. You feel me? And so here, Trump is the extreme, exact opposite response to Obama. Is one going to lose if the other one win? They all win. You feel me? And I'm telling you, what we're witnessing in real time is a replay. It is a replay. If you can accept that past, present, and future, if past, present, and future are one, right? That astrology is not past tense. That astrology is also present tense. Astrology is also future tense. Astrology teaches us what not only from back then, the stories, the mythology, not just what they were observing in the moment, bitch. That's not what it is. It is also the conduit that they used to divine the future. I'm just telling you, I sat here looking in that mirror yesterday, and I have these 3 female incarnations of the Buddha that I was actually trying to get rid of at this event. And I was sitting here doing my hair, and I was like, should I be keeping the Buddhas? I said, because what if the motherfuckers who did these gigantic sculptures in the mountains of these jet black female Buddhas with their little BB shots pulled up to the top in a cone at the top. Yeah, you ain't gonna tell me otherwise. Oh, they used ebony because it was a rich stone. Shut up. They used ebony because your mama is jet black. And even if you don't know your jet black mama, because you now through an evolutionary process in your relationship with the sun and your skin has become lighter, you don't have to know your jet black mama. All you got to do is go outside at night and know that your mother is black, bitch. Anyway, so here she is, this magnanimous, giant-ass Buddha carved out of the blackest mountain they could find with her actual curly, cute-ass BB shots. We call it a kitchen. For y'all that don't know, y'all ain't grow up in the South and y'all ain't black and you ain't got black mamas who was trying to straighten your kitchen with a hot comb. This was her kitchen. These BB shots, every Buddha that you see that ain't the big fat, perversion of the one who was black, sitting in the lotus position with her BB shots everywhere, pressed up, just like a mama would do. Take a brush and straighten up them BB shots. Them BB shots brushed up into a ponytail on the top, and then your nappy portion of your ponytail tucked in so you look presentable. Here the Buddha is. the protectress of women and children, the female incarnation of the Buddha. Did I bring her inside? I don't even think I brought her inside. She's still in the car. The female incarnation of the Buddha sitting in the lotus position. What is the lotus position? What is the lotus? Yup. Whether it's the 1,000-petaled lotus or whether it's your root chakra lotus, guess what the lotus is? Guess what the flower is? It is the vagina. It is the power associated with the vagina. It is the vagina. So whether it is your root chakra, your navel chakra, your solar plexus, your heart chakra, your throat chakra, your third eye, or your crown chakra, guess the fuck what? It is the power that you already innately have because you came from the lower palace, right? Your mother's uterus, through her birth canal, and was instantly enlightened when your crown chakra met the light of the new world for the first time. That's all it is. And one by one, in your, quote, descent from heaven to earth, that crown chakra, the 1,000-petal lotus, experience light for the first time as you are emanating from your mother's body. And chakra by chakra by chakra by chakra, you become who you are meant to be as you are emanating out of your mother's body. The illumination coming from the head down, not just shooting from the root up. It is a mimicking of what happened when you became the light of illumination as you broke your mother's body in half. And as you writhed your way through your mother's body to become one with her, but outside of her, just like the Pisces fish, bitch. They are connected by the umbilical cord. This is the mother and her son still connected, though he is now outside of her body. Y'all think I'm making this up, don't you? It has become malignant because of Jesus, bitch. It's become malignant because of Constantine. It's become malignant because of the Catholic Church. It's become malignant because they took a wonderful story that everybody on this motherfucker must experience to become. It is the only ritual that there is. Birth. It's the only ritual that matters. Birth. And then the repetition of birth that you are engaged in. Male, female, and all the genders in between. Black, white, and all the races in between. We are constantly reproducing this most magnanimous story on earth since the beginning. The 1,000-petal lotus, illuminating for the first time the new one, the new being who is still one with their mother, but now outside their mother's body. But guess what? Still connected by the sacred umbilical cord. And even once the cord is severed, healthfully, even once the cord is severed in love, in safety, and in security, even as the cord is severed, the cord remains. As long as you remain within my embrace, you will have all that you need. I will forever give to you. That's what the mother is trying to teach to us, that even if you are across the planet, I will forever provide for you, just as if you were still connected to me by this umbilical cord. And not only is it a metaphysical story, not only is it a, quote, mythological story or a personification, what do you call it? An anthropomorphic, personification of a story. It's a scientific story, especially in the relationship between the mother and her son. If you are ever pregnant with a male child, that child's cells remain in your blood for the rest of your life. Why not the daughter? I talk about this to y'all all the time. Because if you are born female and you have a female child, you are an initiate. You're born an initiate. Why I say that? Scientifically, what I mean is is that if you are a female and you give birth to a female, you become pregnant with a female, from the beginning till now, you are considered a part of an unbroken line. But let me just say that males who father female children, they father female children. Why? Because they are one with their mothers. They are one with their mothers. They came from their mama body. That's why they can still be the progenitors of female children. But if you are a female who gives birth to a female, you are considered a part of an unbroken line. Why? Because when you are pregnant with your female child, you are pregnant with all of your potential offspring. She already, by the end of the first trimester, when sex when sex is identifiable, when sex is determined, in her little microscopic teeny weeny ovaries, she has all the eggs and all the potential offspring she will ever produce. So your mother is pregnant. So if you female, your mama was pregnant with your children as well as you. Your grandmother is pregnant with all her future descendants. That's what I'm talking about scientifically. She is pregnant with all her potential future descendants. Male, female, don't matter. She is pregnant. When she is pregnant with you, she is pregnant with all her future descendants, especially if she is pregnant with a female child. Because all your future possible descendants are already in your little teeny weeny microscopic baby ovaries. You understand what I'm saying? And so the reason historically every culture makes this distinction between the relationship between the mother and the son is because the son, the Y chromosome, is a late coming, excuse me, a late coming, much later coming, environmentally necessary adaptive mutation. Do you hear me? A very late coming, necessary, adaptive, environmentally adaptive mutation. That's the science behind the story. That's the science behind the mythology. And so when the son goes rogue, when the son, for whatever reason, forgets, and we got to do deep dives about that, but whenever the son forgets his relationship to his mother, right, to become greater than she, all of his iconography is that of a child wilding the fuck out of control, destroying everything, having a temper tantrum, and destroying everything in its path. And so many stories just continue to say this over and over again. The story that Mary Shelley wrote, Frankenstein, which is supposedly the first sci-fi, is accredited with being the first sci-fi novel. Okay, whatever. The fact that you have this story being told that is of this father God, this scientist, who is looking to personify the generative creative power of God. Using what? Using what? Using what? Using lightning. Isn't that something? Using lightning. Mm-hmm. Harnessing the generative power of lightning. And who does lightning belong to? Who has lightning always belonged to historically before the sun gone rogue? The mother. Mm-hmm. The light of illumination, the spark of light, right? The light that in pitch, the momentary split second light that can illuminate the whole world in a split second in darkness, literally split the dark to illuminate everything. It's always been the mother. So anyway, this dude, right, Dr. Frankenstein, he wants to acquire in his brilliance the power of God to generate life, right? To create life. And so what does he have to go do? He has to go to the dead. He got to go corral some body parts like a jigsaw puzzle and place them together. And he has to place this head, right? He has to place this head on this body. And so whenever you see Frankenstein, what do you see? You see some stitches across this part of the head, don't you? And then you see stitches all the way across this part of the head with two bolts, holding it together. Don't you see that? Don't think nothing of it. Oh, it's just Frankenstein. That's just how Frankenstein looked. But over the summer, didn't we do a whole massive, mind-blowing deep dive into the idea of the headless cults and why headlessness is pervasive every the fuck where you look, everywhere you look, everywhere you look. We started in a discussion about the idea or the concept of the quickening, because I had just rewatched, for some reason, this movie that my mama is obsessed with called The Highlander. The Highlander. And here, listen to me. Here is a special sect of immortals guaranteed to live forever in this contest called The Gathering. And once The Gathering, thank you, Chloe Dior, damn sure did. Django is an outright theft. It's another wormhole I'm about to put on y'all about the history of the history of so-called real people who became gods. Because that's Shango's story, is that he was an actual king of Oshogbo, and then he did and this and this and do, and then he became Orisha. Do you know how many times that story is retold in mythologies the globe over? The one who was born immortal, what that sound like? Born immortal and became God, became Orisha, became whoever the fuck. Don't that sound like Jesus? Jesus was born mortal, and then he had to die before he could ascend into heaven. Isn't that Jesus' story? Wait a minute. They go on and on. Shenong, I talked to y'all as a doctor of Chinese medicine about how much I love the story Shenong, about Shenong being the master herbalist, the great husband, the divine husband. Does that not sound like Ogun? The divine husband who taught human beings civilization. Isn't that the story? And how he was so intimate in his connection with the plants that they could not distinguish. My idea is about to go off again. I'm going to have to re-bring it up. Okay, so just hold tight. I'm going to re-bring it up. That shit always happen when I'm on a roll. You feel me? But anyway, stop, boy. Big ass head. Your big ass baby. Your big ass baby. Yeah, he stole it. So anyway, it's the same story. When you talk about Shango and Oya, backtrack for a second. When you talk about the story of the so-called husband-wife relationship between Shango and Oya, because that's the period that we're in. Pluto in Aquarius Pluto is Oya, and Aquarius, which is Uranus, is Shango. I could get real deep on y'all because the planet Uranus, I just found out I'm telling y'all, I be in here so deep that my brain, it just can't take it. The planet, I just found this out from an astrologer. The planet Uranus, before it was Uranus, when it was discovered, it was named after the teacher. I forget what its name was, but it was named after the teacher of the dude who discovered the planet, right? And then it was like, nah, we should give it a Greek mythological name. You feel me? And so Uranus, before Uranus was called Uranus in the early 1900s, for almost 100 years, Uranus had been called Prometheus, bitch. Uranus as a planet up until I think it was 1914 had been called Prometheus. Y'all ain't hearing. Oh my God. Woo. Y'all ain't hearing what's happening up in this room right now. I started this whole diatribe talking to y'all about this book I'm trying to read to y'all called The Power, where these babies start developing electrical power in their hands to defend themselves from the sun gone rogue everywhere on the planet. Okay? I'm talking to y'all now about Dr. Frankenstein needing to harness the power of lightning to, quote, generate new life, to raise the fucking dead. To raise the dead. Okay? That he has taken a destiny that has been decapitated. You understand? And placed that motherfucker right back on, but in his image, because he Dr. Frankenstein. He the creator in this story, not the mother. He is the oh my God. Why? Because Frankenstein is the original zombie. God damn. Oh my God. Frankenstein is the original zombie. Oh my God. Oh my God. Frankenstein, because listen, the zombie motif didn't happen in the United States up until the like 1920s, 1930s, when these so-called white scientists went to Haiti and saw these people come up out the graves and this and that and this and that. And so zombie culture and zombie mythology was associated with voodoo and this and that and this and that, right? But Mary Shelley wrote this motherfucking book in 1818, bitch. Mary Shelley wrote this book about resurrecting the dead, about awakening the dead in 1818. At the age of 18, by the way, she was 18 years old. 999. She was 18 years old when she wrote the book. It was published a year later, but she was 18 years old when she wrote the book in the year 1818. You dig? And so she writes a book about a Dr. Frankenstein who is obsessed with, quote, recreating life. And so he goes and digs up the physically dead and pieces it back together like a jigsaw puzzle and harnesses the power of lightning. To, quote, give life and create life in his own image. Well, he didn't bargain for it because the reason, why did he do that? He did it, one, because he wanted the props. But he was attempting to use Frankenstein as a servant, didn't he? And what fucked his ass up was Frankenstein not only had a consciousness, not only was Frankenstein conscious and intelligent, but Frankenstein had a heart, bitch. And he didn't bargain for that. The scientist didn't bargain for that. He didn't bargain that even in his dead state, he would still have a consciousness and he would have a heart. He would have empathy. You understand? And and so Frankenstein was the original zombie. Why is this important though? Because I did a whole nother dive with y'all about vampire mythology and about zombie mythology and how all of that shit come from your Bible. Yep, there's zombies in your Bible. Bet you didn't know it. There's zombies in the Bible. There's zombies in the Bible. There are vampires in the Bible. Vampires in the Bible. Zombies in the Bible. Mm-hmm. Yep, in the Bible. So Frankenstein is the son gone rogue. Frankenstein, the scientist. Frankenstein, the genius. Frankenstein, with so much hatred of his mother, wanting to gain power of the mother. And the only way he can have true power is to give birth, bitch. It's the only way he can have. That's the thing he is always upset about. That's why he be fucking with the plants. That's why he be trying to give birth to fruit that ain't got no seeds, because everywhere he turn around, his mother is present. Why there seeds up in this shit? Let me create a new plant that ain't got no seeds. Fuck them seeds. Fuck anything that reminds me of the dominion of the mother. That's why they be cutting down all the fruit-bearing trees. And what is the response of the male trees? Is to go insane. This is not shit I'm making up. It's literally in your face. As soon as they start cutting down all the fruit-bearing trees up in this bitch, all the unpartnered male trees start to produce so much sperm, because that's all pollen is sperm. Oh my fucking God. Oh. Oh. God damn it. Remember I was telling y'all. So yes. So what happens when you have all these fucking male trees that don't have nowhere to put its shit? The sperm blossoms out of control because it's unchecked. It's unchecked because there is no female recipient of this pollen, of this sperm. Oh, God damn. Oh my God. God damn. Oh my God. Yes, it. Listen. Listen. Oh my God. Oh shit. All this pollen everywhere. Proliferate in the air, especially in California. If you do not wash your car once a week, bitch, you gonna see a yellow sheet of semen all over your car every week. Because this whole Southern California used to be nothing but orange groves. People were saying that just 50 years ago, everything from like Sacramento down was just oranges as far as the eye can see, whole orange groves. And they can't afford for nobody to be picking no oranges off the trees and grapefruits and avocados and shit off the trees for free, bitch. How can we make a profit if you can eat for free? That don't make no sense to us. So let's cut down all the female trees and burn them. Cut down all the female trees. You feel me? And so they decimated all of Southern California, destroyed all these goddamn orange groves and lemon and limes and avocado. Everything was just growing out here crazy. You feel me? And so now you have all of these people. That was the first thing I said when I moved to California. I was like, God damn, does everybody in this bitch have lung disease? And when I say lung disease, I mean varying intensities of lung disease. All the matriarchs in my family, none of them were smokers. They all had COPD. I said, what the fuck is COPD has always been said to only be caused by smoking or environmental jobs, like working in factories or working outdoors at an airport or whatever the fuck, right? 3 women, one of whom was a nurse, all of whom had COPD, and it was because they all lived in Southern California. Every person I treat has some degree of lung dysfunction up in this bitch. Why? Because there are no female trees nowhere. And literally if I took a picture of my car right now with the sheet of pollen on my shit, because I ain't washed my car in 3 months, y'all would be like, damn. I'm telling you, in a week, that's why you remember the song. What was the song? Oh, by what's her name? All I wanna do is have some fun. I got a feeling I'm not the only one. And then there's a verse where she says, the people, oh shit. The people outside are washing their cars on their lunch breaks, hosing and scrubbing as fast as they can in skirts and suits. They drive their shiny Buicks and this and that and this and that. There's a whole culture in this. I never understood the song when I was living in Alabama. It didn't make no sense culturally. Like, why would they be out on their lunch break and the thing that they gonna do on their lunch break is wash their cars? That don't make no sense. Live in California, and I was like, oh, it was like, oh shit. That's the reason she wrote that in that song 30 years ago, is because you can feel the urgency. Like, people outside are washing their cars on their lunch break. They go on their lunch break to go run outside and wash, hosing and scrubbing as fast as they can in skirts and suits. They drive their shiny Datsuns and Buicks. That's the lyric in the song. And I got to California, and the first year I was here, I was like, oh shit. What is this girl's name? Sheryl Crow. All I wanna do is have some fun. I got the feeling I'm not the only one. But it's a great folk song that is culturally specific. The culture of keeping your car clean in California, that's a real goddamn thing. I got here, I was like, this shit crazy. There is a car wash on every corner, right across the street from the liquor store or the church. You have to wait in a single file line for hours to wash your shit. It's a real thing. And the real thing is because of the fact that more than even pollution, what you seeing in the air over this bitch is unchecked semen. All over the city. You breathing that shit in every day. Semen. You feel me? It's a sheet on your car every day. You feel me? Semen everywhere. Everywhere. The reason I was having a whole ass moment when I'm telling you that the future and the past and the present are one, and I'm having a whole ass breakthrough right now, you feel me? Is because this story that I just told you about the unchecked semen and the fucking son gone rogue's desperate, insane attempt to become the mother is old, is because the oldest, I just told you the story of living in California, and what we call pollen is semen, bitch. And the only reason that a pollen problem exists anywhere is because the female trees have been removed. That's the only reason. It's the only reason pollen is a problem, is because the female trees have been removed. The mother has been destroyed. Why am I having a moment talking about unchecked semen all over the place and how it's getting in our ears and we breathing it and it's coming into our mouth and our eyes, so our eyes itching and our throat? Huh? Why? It's because 6,000 fucking goddamn motherfucking years ago, the story was the same. Inky, who hated his mother so much that the first thing he wanted to do was impregnate the world. Isn't that what they said? And that he dumped his semen into the ocean. Isn't that what they said? What was the story? Wait a minute. Where the great cosmic mother at? Because I don't want to fuck up the story. Where the great cosmic mother at? God damn it. Isn't that the story? Was that in his desperate attempt, as a matter of fact, it was said to be a metaphor for what became the story of the great flood that flooded the world. But what the world was flooded with was not water, it was Inky's semen. Is this a metaphor for the future? Is this a metaphor for this moment that I just talked to y'all about how semen is flooding the entire environment? Oh my God. When I started talking to y'all about my little domey dome up on here and how I had this moment yesterday. I was like, what if one of these great old ancient sibyls who was carving these monuments, carving these statues to remind us of our ever presence. I'm sitting here doing my little domey dome, and I was like, oh my God, what if one of these sibyls was sitting in a cave thinking about what she was going to carve, and she has a moment, a vision of a future where she sees a heavy set, big belly black mama looking at herself in the mirror with a domey dome and some BB shots that she done pressed up into a domey dome. And she was like, I don't know where this came from, but let me carve this shit because I'm sure it's gonna mean something in the future. That moment I had in the fucking mirror yesterday. I was like, what if the Sibyls was carving me in this moment as I'm looking at myself in this mirror, in this portal? As I'm talking about giving away my 3 female incarnations of the Buddhess yesterday. I said, that's crazy. And then I had to talk myself back. It's not crazy. The past, the present, and the future are one, just like the yin and yang are one, just like the upper water and the lower water are one, just like the droplet from your faucet and the massness of that ocean are one, just like the air that we breathe, that we call air, that ain't air, but it is water, that is one. I said, so I'm not crazy. It may very well have been that this portal that I'm looking at in my bathroom and all random and out of nowhere, and I'm listening to music and got some shit playing on YouTube, listening to some shit, and I had this split second moment where I'm looking at my deep, dark, black ass self in the mirror and seeing literally, oh my God, what if she saw me in this moment 6,000 years ago when she was carving that Buddha, or 3,000 years ago when she was carving that Buddha in India, or when she was carving that Buddha in fucking Indonesia somewhere, or in Thailand somewhere, and she saw this big fat black mama sitting in the lotus position, looking at herself, put her nappy ass hair and her BB shots up in a doomy doom, in a dome on the top. Saying, remember that all pasts are now. All futures are now. The past, present, and future are just as much one as the upper firmament and the lower firmament, as the seen and the unseen. You don't question if there's a baby in there when you see a woman big and fat and obviously pregnant. You don't say, is there a baby in there? Even though the baby cannot be seen, you know that the baby is real. Child, that's the moment. And so now I'm having this other moment, all seemingly random and shit. I'm talking about all this motherfucking pollen and how it's everywhere. It's in your house. Hold on, let me show you my little thing. See this little thing? I don't know if you can see it. See all that pollen? We call it dust, don't we? See all that pollen? Oh my, look at that. You see that? You see all that? You see that? How it's coming off? That's pollen, because I keep all my doors open all the time, right? Everywhere. This nigga semen everywhere. Is it the tree fault that he's just spilling his semen all over the place because it ain't got shit to match with? It ain't got shit to mark with? It ain't got shit to partner with? It ain't the tree fault. It's this malignant motherfucker who is trying to lay his seed everywhere in an attempt to recreate that which he cannot recreate. But he's so cut off from himself that he doesn't realize that his role is vitally necessary. Why are you at war with your mama? She made you the way she needed you to be. Guess what? As a male, your mother made you in her image. Why can I say that? Because even though your mama got a fucking vagina, your mother is the divine androgyne. She is all potentials. She is all potentials. She is all males. She is all females. She is all genders. She is all races. She is all varieties. Short, tall, skinny, thick. She is all potentialities, and every last one of those potentialities has always existed, waiting to come into fruition, forever immortal. The you that you are now has existed. What's the you that you are in this moment, right now, as you are now, always existed, was just waiting to come to be. Why? All potentialities spilled out of the crack in the cosmic egg. All potentialities. Everything that ever would be already existed in the beginning. But the co-opting of that story was your malignant male father, God, telling the story from his perspective. He didn't tell the story wrong. He told it from his perspective. He X'd the mother out of the generative force that is the great primordial cosmic serpent that you look up at every time the sun goes to sleep. Every time the baby go down for a nap, every time the baby go down to sleep, and it's still and it's quiet, but ever present, huh? Every time the baby go down to sleep, you're like, whoo, Lord, thank God that baby finally went to sleep. Now you can think. Now you can hear. Now things are clear. Now things are calm. There's no chaos. There is a deep primordial peace. Huh? Now you can go out to the club. Now you can go have a drink. You feel me? Now you can be like, whoo, child, can we go have a cocktail? I got a babysitter. The baby finally asleep. You feel me? Why? Because the baby, male or female, is the condensed personification of unbridled yang, I just want to do. I just want to be. I just want to scream and cry and laugh and experience my body because it's all amazing. Ah, mama! Right? And then when the baby get a voice, oh, Lord. Child was cute when the baby was an infant. Now the baby got a voice. Now the baby starting to learn how to use their words. Oh, Lord. Now their little legs work. Mama, mama. They tap you 1,000 times. Mama, 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 ma, ma. Ma, 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 ma. You go to the bathroom. You got 3 babies hanging off your motherfucking butt, off your skirt, off one titty. You sitting on the toilet with a baby on the titty, a baby yanking at your leg. My cats. Why do they do that? When I was living in this motherfucker by myself, I could walk through my house with my titties out, go to the bathroom, get on the commode, and I have to worry about opening and closing those doors, locking those doors. And now I got cats thinking these niggas gonna be chill. Now I got to start locking doors again like I got toddlers up in this bitch. Like I got to lock doors. I can't use the bathroom without closing the door. I can't go take a shower without closing the door, locking the door. You feel me? Every time I go to the bathroom, all 3 of these niggas just want to roll around my feet while I'm peeing or while I'm pooping. Why y'all do that? Why y'all want to be in the bathroom while a nigga taking a dump? I don't understand that shit. But they all do it. Everybody little all do it. They are fascinated when you go to the potty and they want to see when you go to cats ain't no different. And I thought it was just my weirdo cats, but I've been watching YouTube after YouTube after YouTube of men and women like, why do cats do this shit? Why I can't just leave the door open, jump on the commode right quick and go on about my life? Why I got to actually shut the door? Because you niggas want to play with my feet. Don't want to play with my feet no other time other than when I'm peeing or taking a dump. Why y'all do that? What is your fascination with the potty? You feel me? And so the babies be wide open. Ah, ah, ah. That's the sun. That is the energy of the sun. That is the yang of the sun. It is exuberant. That's what we call yang. It is exuberant. It is massive amounts of energy. We say it all the time. Damn. If I had the energy of a 2-year-old or a 4-year-old, it could bottle that shit up, I could make $1 million. It's an acknowledgement of this boundless curiosity, this boundless potential, this boundless energy. Damn, if I could get the energy that I had when I was 5 years old and superimpose it on me now, I could change the world. I could do 1 million things. We acknowledge it, right? And instead of attempting to harness this energy that babies bring into our lives, right? We attempt to subdue it. But in the theory of yin yang, what is said of this harmonious relationship between mother and son, this harmonious relationship between matter and energy, is that matter pre-exists. Matter gives birth to energy, not the other way around. We always saying spirit came first. No. Sorry. I am about to destabilize every idea that you have ever had about spirituality. Spirit does not pre-exist. Matter pre-exists. And it gives rise. It gives birth to spirit. In yin yang theory, it says that yin is the mother. Yin gives birth to yang. And in this harmonious relationship, yin gives birth to yang. And in exchange, yang invigorates, yang stimulates, yang moves. Yin. Scientific language, matter gives birth to, matter generates energy. Matter gives birth to or generates energy, and in exchange, energy enlivens, invigorates, moves, and energizes matter. Energy does not pre-exist, bitch. Energy is a part of its mother's body. Energy is generated from the transformation of the mother, and in exchange from her son, from her baby, from her infant. This is the son. This is the mother. He invigorates, enlivens, energizes the mother. This is the harmonious union, right? And in that harmonious union, she nurtures, she feeds, she covers, she provides. She still keeps providing of herself. She keeps providing of herself so that energy can become enlivened and bigger and more functional. When we were talking, I ain't gonna get that deep. But anyway, this shit about Frankenstein and the headless cult and the zombie shit. Why did I say zombies are in the Bible? Because Jesus said it. Jesus hates his mother. And in his hatred of the mother, I'm talking about Jesus as an ideology, Jesus as a religion. Jesus hates his mother. And so in his hatred of his mother, what he says to his disciples is he's like, look, you're born dead, bitch. You're born dead. Because your mama ain't shit. Your mama is filthy. Why can he say you born dead? Because the Bible says so. That the only reason you die is because Eve sinned in the garden. Isn't that what the Bible says? The only reason you die, the only reason you ain't immortal no more is because Eve sinned in the garden. And if that's the case and you're going to experience death because she sinned, then it means you born dead. That's what Jesus said out his mouth. Jesus said that until you know me, you are born dead. You are born dead. And it is only through the ritualistic consumption of my body and drinking of my blood that you will live life everlasting. Huh? That's your vampire shit. So before you are a vampire, you are a zombie. That's why the zombies and they quote The Walking Dead. Well, zombies are considered the walking dead, and vampires are called what? The living dead. Y'all heard me? Zombies are called the walking dead, but vampires are called what? The living dead. The living dead. Because Jesus said you must die to your mother. You must hate your mother to follow me. That's what he said. That's what he said. Right? He said you're born dead. Unworthy of salvation, deserving of hell. That's what he said. Right? And it is only through my death, it is only through my divine suicide, child. Because can he be a martyr if he already knew since the beginning of time that he was going to have to, quote, sacrifice his life for human beings? Can it really be considered martyrdom if he knew he was going to have to commit a kamikaze? If he was going to have to do that, you feel me? And if he God Almighty anyway, didn't he actually make the Roman soldiers who nailed him to the cross do it? If he actually God Almighty, you feel me? He actually had to make them do it because he knew and they didn't. They didn't know this was their destiny. They didn't know that this was their male imposed, male mother destiny was to, quote, nail up Jesus on the cross. So he just used his servants to help him commit his own self-suicide, his own divine suicide. I'm just saying, that's the way it read to me. That's the way it read to me. You feel me? And so through a campaign of guilt, that has lasted a couple thousand years, through a campaign of guilt, he tells you are the reason that I had to die on the cross, because you always existed and I knew you was always going to sin. Even though you always had free will, I always knew what side you was going to take, and you was always going to choose sin because you born dead and you just a victim. You just a slave to your lust. That's the zombie. Is you just a slave to your lust. That's why the zombie just walk around. They don't think. They don't plot and scheme and strategize. They just consume. They just consume. That's why they call the walking dead, because they just animated dead. That's what Jesus said you was. Jesus said you was born dead. And until you get to know me and you accept my murder, suicide, martyrdom as the reason that you can live forever, but you can't live forever until you too die. But you can be the living dead once you drink my blood and once you eat my flesh, you can be living dead. You feel me? You ain't got to be walking dead. You can be living dead. You see? You can be, and that's why vampires are always so attractive. They're always so polite. Why are they always British? I'm being funny, but like, damn. Why are they always so debonair? Why are they always the prime and prim personification of manners? Oh, and Southern, yes. They're Dixiecrats, right? They are, they always fought with the Union. You feel, not the Union, the Confederacy. They were always, they were always like the husbands of the debutantes who would sit on these beautiful white plantation homes with little white gloves on and hoop skirts, sipping mint juleps with their little big hats that would shield their sensitive skin from the sun. You feel me? In the heat of the South. You feel me? They were vampires. Every slave owner was a vampire. And why could he be a vampire? Because it's Jesus told him he could. Every colonist was a vampire. Why? Because it's Jesus taught him how to be. Every pioneer was a vampire. Why? Because manifest destiny, bitch. Because the Old Testament told them so. This is what is required for you to get your land. Anybody that is on some land, they only on there to take care of it long enough for you to come get it. That's what they teach in the Torah, is that the world is theirs. God's chosen people, what he chose them for? To rule the world. What he chose them for? To own the earth. And so everybody else who ain't chosen, everybody else who a heathen, everybody else who a Gentile, all they doing is making sure they is being the custodians of the land until you come and get your shit. God's chosen people. And then once you come and get your shit, those that you allow to live will be your servants. Because that's all they here for, is to serve the chosen ones. That ain't my opinion. That's in their Torah. That you Gentiles, all y'all here to do is to keep the land cool until we can come and get our shit. And then those of you who we allow to live, y'all gonna serve us. Y'all gonna be our perpetual servants. Like our sheep and our motherfucking dogs and shit. Is this not what has played out in real time? Like a goddamn blueprint for a genocidal, colonial, megalomaniacal, global domination? And isn't it interesting that you got 3 lines of brethren that, even as it presents a different way to you, all got the same story, all got the same common story? Because why? Because we all the descendants of Abraham. We Jews, we Christians, and we Arabs, Islamic Arabs. That's the one thing we can agree on, is that the world is ours. And then we are the ones that will maintain dominion through the tribes, you feel me? Dominion over the planet, you feel me? And anybody else who live on some shit that we don't currently own is only there to take care of the shit until we come and get our shit. And we come and ghost everybody the fuck up on the shit until we post up on our shit. This story that's happening and has been unfolding since 1942, and even before that, truth be told, in Palestine. How is it any different than what happened to the native people of the Western Hemisphere, the indigenous people of the Western Hemisphere, of North and South America? How does the story look different at all? At all, in any degree, how does the story look different? Except them, they didn't have no bombs. They still had biological warfare, though, didn't they? They still had cannons and guns, didn't they? They still had brute fucking force and an imagination for sickness, didn't they? An imagination for torture, didn't they? Where they learn that shit from? From the Pope? Where they learn that shit from? From the church? Where they learn that shit from? From the Inquisition? Where they learn that shit from? where you erect whole entire businesses, corporations whose only purpose is to sit around and imagine the ways you can torture human flesh. Whole industries erected on coming up with new ways to torture, brutalize, and terrorize human flesh, to force them to confess to some shit they didn't do, so that you could further legitimize your aggressions against their flesh. Where they learn that at? Huh? How is what's happening? How do we act confused about what's happening in Palestine when we still see the real-time, unended, uninterrupted impact of that shit executed on the indigenous population of North America in real time? It wasn't just half a second ago that old filthy ass Pope that's now dead and buried went to Canada on some redemption tour. I'm so sorry that our nuns and our priests brutalized your children and buried them in unmarked graves. Oops, our bad. And then the sellouts on the platform for him, the Negro so-called indigenous sellouts on the stage with him, give him a goddamn ceremonial chief headdress to put on. And when that cracker put it on his head, the people was like in an uproar. You can't even find no video footage of it anymore, because the real-time, real live book burning is happening in real time. The book burnings that always accompany a change of hand or a radical, rapid change of face or presentation of empire there's always a book burning, whether it's the burning of the books in the temples of Timbuktu, or whether it's the burning of the libraries in Alexandria, or whether it's the book burnings during the witch trials, or whether it's the book burnings at what they call the Second Revival in the 1950s, or whether it was the book burnings during the Satanic Panic, or the record burnings at the burgeoning of rock and roll. Every time there is a radical ass shift in the hands of power, in the reins of power, they have to attempt to wipe global memory of past events in order to move forward into this new period, when we witnessing the fucking book burnings in real time, but because it ain't actual books in a pile. Oh, the Nazis did it too. Big old giant bonfires of books, during the Nazi regime, they did that shit too. Book burnings always come with a giant hard pivot, typically a hard right pivot, in the face of fucking power. That's right. It is in a digital book burning, wiping out massive chunks of information, because we thought it was going to be so important to digitalize everything and then put everything else away, or write books digitally and not publish a single book hardcover or whatever. They are literally erasing shit in real time. There is shit I'm looking for. Even before I got up on this live, I'm like, what the fuck? Why can I not find these images that were just everywhere a year ago? Why can I not find this picture that I'm looking for? And I know I've seen it, but all they need is one generation after that book burning to completely remember what was common information in the generation before and the decade before. We're witnessing that in real time. So they telling you in your face, we about to pivot hard right, unless you motherfuckers intervene. Unless you motherfuckers intervene, it's going to be business as usual. Business as usual. We going to set everything ablaze on this bitch. And then we going to have this new totalitarian society that y'all was complicit in, even as y'all was watching it unfold in real time. Didn't do shit. Why? Because you love the Constitution. Why? Because you believe in America. Why? Because you believe the hype. Why? Because America is the greatest country on earth, even as you have been the perpetual victims of unending genocide up in this bitch since day one. I digress. I'm trying to tell y'all a story right now. Just like that story I'm telling y'all about pollen that I think is going to be so simple and insignificant. It is a moment where I'm going back 6,000 years and I'm telling you the exact story in a future, in a present that is now. That is a metaphorical adaptation of what happened when Enki was trying to make the world pregnant by flooding the planet with his semen And his mother had to come and save the day because his mishap threatened to destroy everything. That's what it said. That she had to swallow him. She had to swallow the earth. And she had to give birth to his creation. Oh. Ooh, child. In order to rescue the world and save us from the mistake, she couldn't just undo the mistake. She had to swallow him and his mistake. His semen, child. All the semen that he threatened to destroy humanity with. She had to swallow him to complete the birth. That's the story. That's the Babylonian story of Enki and his mama. That she had to come and save the day because he threatened to destroy everything. That's the moment we are at right now. That's this the apex point we at right now. And it's always in your face. Remember I was telling you how, according to this theory here, right, that this is utmost yang. This is the sun at noon in the desert. This is high noon in the desert. No yin present. There's no shadow cast. There's no shadow cast, right? And nightfall is still 6 hours away. You feel me? This is the peak of utmost yang. And the peak of utmost yang that has no yin present is always destructive. Always destructive. Always destructive. Always destructive. Always destructive. Because it's not anchored in any way by yin anymore. There's no yin present at high noon. You understand? It's destructive. And so I'm saying I use the desert as the metaphor because that's what the ancients used. The desert is the peak personification of the removal of yin essence, right? And when the yin essence is removed, it causes desertification. That's why deserts exist. Did you know that deserts are actually a very rare and recent phenomena in human development? That deserts didn't always exist. Did you know that? I didn't know that. That in the annals of the history of the earth, the process of desertification. We think the Sahara Desert just always been there. No, the fuck it ain't. Let me take this thing because my lump, my boompy doom is looking lopsided. But anyway, deserts have not always existed. I'm gonna have to find out where I read that at. But deserts only began to develop on this planet after the last ice age. Deserts didn't exist before that. Deserts are a human creation. Did you know that? Did you know that? Deserts are a human creation. And I guarantee you, if we go deep enough into philosophy and into science, we will understand that it is only when the sun goes rogue that his behaviors become toxic to the actual environment. It is human behavior that causes desertification. Yes, it is. That every desert that exists on Earth was created by man. Did you know that? That shit blew my mind. It made instant sense when I heard it, but it blew my mind because I'd never heard it. That scientifically, historically, and archaeologically, deserts are an extraordinarily recent development on the planet. You understand? And they are man-made. They are human-caused. You dig? This is a primary example of the philosophy of the, quote, mythology linking with spiritual reality and materiality. Because myths are not separate from science, boo. I'm sorry. I'm just saying. And so when I started teaching you guys about yin yang politically, what it meant politically, how to identify this horrible imbalance between the yin and yang in the political world, in the political environment. And I use Barack Obama and Donald Trump as the two opposing presentations of the dueling opposites, how to see everything through the philosophy. This is also talking again about the bridging of the gap, the imposed gap between past, present, and future. It all simultaneously exists. The past is ever present right now, or else we wouldn't be talking about it. The past is ever present right this minute, or else we wouldn't keep talking about it. If it wasn't significant and didn't have an impact on our right now, what would be the use in talking about it, right? And so, anyway, I just want to make a pause for the cause. For those of you who are tuning in, particularly from IG, if you would like to support the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, that is what you're listening to right now. My name is Cassandra Faye Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the 501c3, the religious 501c3, the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. And if you want to support the work of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, building the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, creating creating just like the mother, a future where all potentialities always benefit us and the mother, then consider contributing to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. There are a number of ways that you can do that. One, you can send a monetary donation to either of the following. The email address of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence is evoemetemp@gmail.com. That's evoemetemp@gmail.com. You can use that email address to send a Zelle contribution or a PayPal contribution. If you want to use Cash App, it is $ Daughter of the Fates, FATES, Daughter of the Fates. If you want to send a Venmo, it is Cassandra with 2 S's, CASSANDRA FLOYD, Floyd, Cassandra Floyd. Also, you can make a purchase from the Etsy store, which is also Daughter of the Fates. So just go to Etsy.com, put in the search engine, Daughter of the Fates, FATES. And today I just made my 999th sale. 999 sales. I was like, oh, look at that. Shit, okay. Today I made my 999th sale on my Etsy store. So you can go there and get dope, awesome, wonderful shit. There's like 428 unique pieces on my Etsy store, all of which are handmade. And then you can book a reading or a 5 elements wellness consultation. If you are interested in booking a divination or a 5 elements wellness consultation, use that same email address, evoemetemp@gmail.com, and I will send you all the details on how to book a divination or your 5 elements consultation. Okay, I think those are all the ways that you can contribute. Now, back to the message at hand. When I first started teaching out 5 elements theory and how to use the iconography of the yin and yang to understand what's happening in the political world, this is still an image of the entire universe. The yin and yang is a philosophical adaptation of the entire universe. If you were looking at this symbol, the way that it actually, exists philosophically, you would not see it as a two-dimensional image of black and white and top and bottom and all of that shit. It would be imperceptible because it's multidimensional, at minimum 5-dimensional, but multidimensional. It exists on all times. It exists in all presentations, from matter to energy and all the variations in between. It is a literal philosophical adaptation of the nature of all things, and yin and yang itself is considered a philosophical adaptation of the cosmic egg, of the beginning through which all potentialities exists and emanate from. Okay? Now, when I'm talking about philosophical, I gotta get I'm mangling my little thing up. But when I'm talking about the sun gone rogue, the sun is a metaphor for yang and yang energy. So you see here, it's a representation of male, of the S-U-N and the S-O-N, light, fire, warmth, aggressive, blah, 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 right? When I say the sun gone rogue, I'm talking about this positive pole represented by the extreme personification of yang, which they call utmost yang or unbridled yang. And then its opposing position is utmost yin, where there's no yang present. This is the primordial abyss before the stars, before the planets, before the light, right? This is the primordial abyss. This is midnight on a dark moon. If this is noon in the desert, this is midnight on a dark moon in the ocean floor. Okay, or something like that, right? At the ocean floor, okay? And so now talk about the sun gone rogue. The sun gone rogue is a concept of like the sun having no relationship with the mother whatsoever. The sun having no relationship with the mother whatsoever. And so it becomes, because Lao Tzu says that that the nature of yang is always destructive. The developer of this idea of yin-yang theory, Lao Tzu, says the nature of yang is always destructive. Well, since energy cannot be destroyed, what is it destructive of? Yang can't destroy fire. Fire can't destroy fire, right? Fire can destroy all things yin, though. Trees, water, land, houses, people. Fire can destroy everything yin, though. Air, true air, oxygen that is not bridled. What do I mean by oxygen that is not bridled? I told y'all that pure oxygen is combustible. Pure oxygen is actually deadly, right? It is only them two hydrogen atoms attached to that oxygen in its vapor form, in its gaseous form. It's still water, bitch. It's still H2O, but it's oxygen in its gaseous form that we can breathe, and it doesn't kill us. We get that, quote, pure oxygen in the tank. It's got a big old fire sign on it that says, careful, combustible. And you can't, they tell you, just take a few little sniffs throughout the day. Don't be just walking around breathing raw, unbound oxygen, because it causes oxidative stress. Because it's toxic. It's deadly. It's combustible, right? And so when we talk about utmost yang, what if utmost yang is always destructive? It's always destructive of yin. It's always, because yin is of substance. It's always destructive of yin. Do you see? And if that is the case, and this cross represents high noon in the desert, right? Then I say we live in the age of the desert, or the age of the desert. And guess what? I go and rewatch The Matrix, not even thinking about that. And then Morpheus tells Neo, you are when they go into the Matrix, when they go into the actual, or no, he was talking about what the world looks like in the current day, right? And he says, this is, what does he say? He said, what you're looking at is the desert of the real. The desert, because he says, this is what you think, this is where you think you grew up, on this block, in this neighborhood, this your favorite Chinese restaurant, do, right? And he said, this is all make-believe. This is all generated to entertain you while you sleep, while we bleed you while you sleep. You feel me? He said, let me show you what the world look like right now, today. And he takes them into what is apparently like a video image of the outside world, because you can't live in the outside world because they done destroyed the fuck out of it. You feel me? And what did Morpheus say? This is the desert of the real. This is what we have done. We have created a desert of the real world. That's what he said. That's what he said. It's everywhere. Every movie that you see about the end of the world, or the post-apocalyptic world, the world after the Great War, which is what they are trying to create in real time if you allow them. Every movie you didn't ever seen except one. There's only one movie, two movies. There's only two movies that I have seen, end of the world scenario movies, that I have seen where a desert was not in the mix. Them two movies there was one called The Colony, and it starred Lawrence Fishburne, and it's about a colony that was having to survive underground after the apocalypse created a nuclear winter. The whole planet was covered in snow. Everything was dead. All the trees was dead. Everything was dead because of this nuclear winter. That in the opposing response to a fire nuclear assault on the planet, the opposing response was this nuclear winter. Is that not yin or yang? What I'm talking about, the only way to treat is through the harmony of opposites. If something is extremely hot in its presentation, the opposing cure would have to be cold therapies or herbs or what have you. Where they get the concept of the nuclear winter from yin yang theory, I'm trying to tell you. So anyway, and then the other movie was Waterworld with Kevin Costner back in the day, like the 1990s, where the post-apocalyptic world was now whatever they did to the earth, the whole earth. There's no land. Land is so gone that they say they treat it like it was a myth. There used to be this stuff called earth, and they would sell it in jars, sand. They would find sand, and they would have it in jars, and you can buy it. And it was like the most expensive thing because you were surrounded by water. And the reason that it was so terrible is because where the fuck you gonna get fresh water from if the whole world is covered in salt water? Waterworld was the ocean had raised over everything. Land was a mythology, and there was all these maps and stories about getting to dry land, and there was an island of dry land and all this shit. And people have been like water creatures for so long, living on the water, living on ships in the water, that some of them, like Kevin Costner's character, had evolved to live aquatic lives. So he had motherfucking gills behind his ears that could open up so he could survive underwater for long periods of time. They were these few people who evolved to survive underwater in a world covered with water while everybody else was floating on ships and had cities built on water and shit like that. But he evolved where he had gills behind his ears so he could be in water for long periods of time. And he's like, I done been all over the world. I done swam all over the world. There ain't no dry land. It's a myth. It's a lie. Anybody got a map, they selling you a dream. Whatever. Feel me? But water was still a crisis item because the whole world was covered in ocean water, salt water. And without dry land, there's no fresh water. You feel me? Unless you can capture it, but it rarely rained. Because why? Because the crab cycle does not exist. It doesn't rain in this world that's covered with water. Why? Because there's no crab cycle. Without land, there's no crab cycle. What y'all remember what me telling y'all about y'all fifth grade crab cycle, where you see like the ocean, and then there's an arrow, and then the ocean evaporates to make clouds. And once enough water has evaporated from the ocean to make clouds, the clouds become big and fat and full of water. And then fresh water rains down out of the clouds to go to the lakes, the river, the streams, and the wells to give us fresh water to drink and the animals fresh water to drink. And then from the rivers and the streams and the wells and the this and this and this and this, it flows back to the ocean. And this is the circular Krebs cycle. Yay! Without land, there is no Krebs cycle. So you're still living in a desert that is covered in water. Isn't that some shit? They be telling you this shit in your face, in real time, in your face, that the end of the world is a desert. Have us have it. We hate the mother so much that we don't want to see anything left that reminds us of the mother. We don't want to see nothing left that reminds us of the mother. Not no water, not no trees. These goddamn bitch ass female trees and shit just dropping food for free. What the fuck they do that at? We can't make no money like that. I have a theory that that's the reason that wheat and corn and certain legumes became an object of their hatred when they started talking about GMOs, GM genetically modified organisms. That the first things that they were starting to try to modify were wheat, corn, and certain legumes and apples. These were all very ceremonially and symbolically important foods specific to goddess worshiping societies. When I tell you they hold a grudge better than anybody, I just told you a story that's 6,000 years old, where Enki flooded the world with his fucking semen, trying to impregnate the earth to reproduce pregnancy. And I'm living in Southern California, where you can literally see the pollen floating in the goddamn air because they done killed all the female trees. It might be a little deep, and it might be time for me to go eat, since I've been up on here for 3 hours and I ain't ate nothing before I came up on here talking to y'all about some shit that I didn't intend to talk to y'all about, because I was going to read this book. What I'm going to do instead is I'm going to shut this live down, and this is going to be the live that I promised y'all I was going to do later. That's now. And then I'll reschedule another live for later, where I don't let me digress, because I will. These breakthroughs be coming through, these connections I be making. Don't let me digress, y'all. Don't let me do it, because it'll end up 3 hours, and I keep telling y'all I ain't gonna do this shit like this no more. I'm not gonna be poor in here trying to teach y'all and put y'all on game about how we trying to change the world and shit in real time, and I ain't getting paid, and I ain't paid my rent and shit, and fucking I ain't got no health insurance and all this shit. You feel me? I'm not gonna keep doing this. I'm gonna give y'all little jabs, save my breakthroughs for later, when I can be getting like that. What's that motherfucker name? Tim Wise. I heard this poem by this young girl today, and she said, I'm gonna have to share the poem with y'all. It starts off by saying, white people, why y'all mad when people call y'all racist, and y'all more mad about being called racist than you are about racism? She said, white people. She said, white people, why y'all listen to Tim Wise talk about black people, but don't listen to black people talk about their own lived experiences? Why y'all can only hear black people experiences coming from the mouth of a white boy who ain't got our experience? I said, come on in the room, poet. What they say, go off, poet. Go off, poet. Right? Huh? That's why I started out by saying I got an attitude with white women today. My attitude be reserved for different groups. Everybody can get it. Everybody can get it. Everybody has gotten it. Mexican women, I be having an attitude with them sometime. Black women, I be having an attitude with them sometime. Men of all varieties, most times, I be having an attitude. The other day, I had to shout out men. I was like, okay, white boys, y'all come on in the room with y'all little left, what y'all call it, y'all alt left, we stand with women position. Okay, I see y'all. It's sleight of hands-ish, but I see y'all. You're saying a little bit more than most. And it's coming out in ways. It's coming out in little ways. So if it keep coming out in them real world ways instead of just some shit y'all say out y'all mouth, I'll give y'all props. Y'all white boys, I'll give y'all props. Because some of these white boys is about that life. They're like, we ain't got to get up on here on YouTube and tell y'all what we feel. Our actions are displaying the shit. Because we know what white privilege affords us. We know that if we go set some shit off, they'll walk us into a courtroom. They'll walk us into a jail cell. So we going to exploit our little white privilege and get some work in, get some work done. Y'all, I see y'all. I see y'all. I see y'all, white boys. Mm-hmm. And a few little white women that y'all be taking with y'all. I see y'all. And it ain't and I ain't talking about nobody out there doing no goddamn, what you call them? Demonstrations and shit. Poor people in Oakland. The poor white people in Oakland are being brutalized by ICE. Can you believe this is happening? That ain't it. That ain't how you exploit your white privilege, bitch. That ain't it. Sorry. That ain't it. Take some lessons from your fellow kinfolk. Discretion is the object of the game, is the name of the game. Discretion. Exploitation of the privilege afforded you by your opposition. Mm-hmm. Putting on your red or your blue cape, you feel me? And going and doing what you doing in the spaces that you can do it in. You feel me? If you white and you work in fucking Silicon Valley, you got a little wiggle room through which you can move, bitch. And unless you making them moves in the wiggle room afforded you on behalf of the righteous, on behalf of the meek, on behalf of the right, I'm talking about the right thing to do. The the left thing to do, the in-between thing to do. We got to work on this language about this duality of the red and blue, but I digress. Unless you're doing those things in what Spider-Man uncle say? Spider-Man uncle say that with great power comes great responsibility. Didn't he say that? And if you white and if you have been propped up in these positions of privilege that always keep you at odds with the rest of the world, you always try to convince people with your mouth, but I'm a leftist. I'm a progressive. I believe in human rights. But don't nothing in your job description match that shit? Don't nothing in your behavior in the world match what you say you believe out your mouth? That ain't it. This is not the day for that. That your privilege is your superpower, and the evidence of how you use that superpower is how you exploit your privilege, bitch. That's all. It ain't rocket science. It's right here. If I work in a bank and I know that 75% of black people who actually qualify for loans don't get loans at this bank right here I work at, I'm going to be the one that always say, yup, you can have that. Yup. Everything check out. Yup. No background check. Yup, that check out. Yup. If I work at a car dealership and I know the crooked practices and we can always research the statistics because they exist. And I know that at my particular place, 35% of married black couples who are considered middle class will still get a higher interest rate than the married working class or poor white couple who make half what the black couple will make. The black couple will still get a higher interest rate. And if I know that, because it's common knowledge, then I'm going to be the one white person on there that's going to be selling cars left and right. Hey, damn, your ass got hella commission, bitch. Like, how you selling all these cars? Because I ain't dogging black people. Because I ain't giving them no higher interest rate than you give Susie come lately, who got 3 kids, is a single mama, and work at the Popeyes chicken. That's how I'm making this cash. That's how I'm making these goddamn commissions, bitches, because I'm doing right by black folks. If you the appraiser and you know the home appraiser and you know that black people's wealth has been stolen perpetually through organizing all of these appraisers, calculating deliberately, undervaluing black property, and this is how wealth has systematically been stolen from black people. One of the myriad of ways that wealth has been stolen from black people. Guess what? Your house that you only paid $150,000 for, you feel me? And you did a little addition over here, a little addition over there. So the property value is probably around $175,000. Let's just go ahead and round that up to $225,000 so you can get the best value for this home that you've taken such good care of. We're just going to go ahead and say, I appraise as an honest appraiser with a good reputation. I appraise the value of this house at $225,000. There you go, black people. That's my reparations, bitch. That's what privilege looks like. That's it. You grew up wanting to be Superman, and you would put on a towel so you can fly around. That's how you be Superman, bitch. Yep, that's how you be Superman. Your parents, because of the perpetual transfer of stolen labor and stolen resources and stolen wealth and stolen land, has been handed down through inheritance. You feel me? And you say you progressive and you don't believe like your people now believe, but you have all these resources at your discretion, and your parents was able to pay a flat rate for you to go to college all the way up to your PhD. Didn't have to take out no loans. You ain't have to get no grants. You feel me? Then what you need to do is identify 3 of your black or brown or indigenous Native American classmates who had to struggle, who didn't get none of the perks and shit. You need to say, what I'm going to do with this wealth that I have been handed down at your expense, I'm going to pay off your student loan debts, bitch. That's what I'm gonna do for you. That's my graduation gift to you. I don't have to know you. You don't have to be my homie. You ain't got to be my friend. You don't owe me shit afterwards. You ain't even got to give me a phone call. I'm gonna identify 1 to 3 of my classmates, and I'm gonna pay off their student loans because I can. That's your Superman moment, bitch. That's your Wonder Woman moment. That's your Wonder Woman. That's your Wonder Woman moment. Yes, you women too, beneficiaries of fucking stolen land, labor, and life. Yes, you white women too. God damn it. Y'all always want to be the quintessential victim. Fuck y'all. Y'all ain't the quintessential victim. And if you want to be able to experience true kinship, true sisterhood with women around the world, stop being parasites. Stop being parasites. Stop being parasites. Your life of oppression under your rich husband is not the same life of our oppression. All things ain't the same. All things ain't the same. You facilitators of, participators of, complicitors with, cheerleaders for genocidal megalomania, a global goddamn rich sadistic ritual of bloodshed. Y'all participate and enthusiastically. You dress up for it. You buy nice clothes for it. You participate. You participate. Your perpetual fence riders. Your perpetual fence straddlers. I got an attitude with y'all today. And the kind of attitude I got with y'all today, I done had this attitude before. It don't happen often because I love human beings. And I want to live and move in a way right now in the present where your whiteness does not always have the door shut on you from us. But right now is not the day. Today is not the day for that. The door is shut on y'all. Y'all got debts. Y'all got debts to pay. You got shit to prove. And what you say out your mouth is nowhere even close to enough. Because you get close enough to us. You get close enough to us to y'all do this shit. You get close enough to appease your fucking fetish for brown, black, red-skinned men. You get close enough to your, quote, sisters. You get close enough to your sisters to make yourself appealing to colonized men. That's what you do. The first thing you do is seek out female homies. The first thing you do when you start blackfishing is you start seeking out those lowly women who will bring you into the clique and speak for you. Speak on your, oh, she one of us. She one of us. That's what you do. That's how methodical your ass be. That's what you do. That's what you do. First, you start talking with a little bit of slang. Slang get a little bit deeper. The hair get a little bit more braided. You find some Negro to do some cornrows for you. You feel me? Or you get your little shit done in the islands for pennies on the dollar by exploiting some brown skinned woman. You feel me? You start feeling yourself. All the black people start girl, your hair look good. Who did that? You start getting bigged up. Your little ego start going a little bit awry. Next thing you want to do is, baby, you are no different than your great grandmothers who were slave owning bitches sliding into the stable at night after you done put your husband in a sleep by giving him some goddamn hops and nightshade and shit to put his ass in a coma so you can slip out at night into the goddamn slave quarters and sexually assault some slave man. Why is it sexual assault? Because he has no power. He's no different than a dog in your eyes, and you own the dog, so you own the slave. It ain't no different. It's a whole industry of old, wrinkly, raggly, imperialistically minded white women from all over the planet, from America, from Europe, from Australia, from Fiji, and the whole industry is set up for them to go to places that are the most poor. Jamaica, Trinidad, all over the continent, to Congo, to Brazil, and pay for the affections of 19, 20, 21-year-old dark-skinned melanated young men who can't get no job, who exploited, who likely in a one-directional path to prison because that's what the shit is set up for, and your wrinkly, raggedy fucking ass go down to these places, no different than passport bros, no different than white men doing the shit in Thailand and these other areas that don't have no laws protecting children, and you become the parasite on poverty that your people them impose to guarantee this relationship, to guarantee this continuous relationship where you can continually exploit the conditions that you imposed on human beings and then make yourself out to be the victim. I can't believe he didn't really love me. I can't believe I went down there to buy myself a young black man and I was so nice and I paid for everything and I bought him dinner. And he acted like he was really interested in the real me. I got an attitude with y'all today. Seeing this woman crying. He said he really loved me. I'm almost broke because I was paying for everything. Good. It was reparations, bitch. Good. I'm glad that young man was convincing enough to take you for every penny. Good. You parasite. Good. And then the commentator, these gigolos, these men on the prowl for poor white women to steal their retirement. Can you be what? What? Wait, what? Oh, that shit had me on fire. That shit had my soul on fire today. What? Excuse me? The gigolos? Huh? Most of them, do you know that most of them marry these men and that together they are so poor that the women will encourage their husbands? I know you don't want to do this, baby, but go smooch up next to these white women on vacation who are on the prowl for young black men, who are on the prowl for young black children and men who can't get no money no other way other than becoming the police in their goddamn country. Huh? Oh, but you the victim, bitch. You the victim. I saw this documentary about this story. The way they talked about this white woman, I wanted to throw the TV. I wanted to pull a Java Watson out this bitch. I wanted to throw the TV, the stand, everything. This girl from Sweden. There's a whole documentary about her who comes from Sweden to come and document, photograph the Maasai people. These people who don't marry outside of their community or nothing. She is there as an observer of the culture. She engaged. Her husband, he doing his own thing in town in their hotel. She go out to the people to, quote, photograph the people and fall in love with the prince of the community, the one who is seen to be the next in line to become the leader of the people. And she, quote, fall in love. Why y'all say that, first of all? I'm going to have to do a whole thing about love. You ain't fall nowhere, bitch. You ain't fall nowhere. It didn't crack you over the head. It didn't hijack you. That ain't love. I fell in love. And I went back and I was so confused because my fiance was at the hotel. No, you were a colonizer, internalizing deep in your DNA your right to possess anything you set your fucking eyes on. So your heart go a little pitter-patter because the nigga fine. He tall, he dark, he got long hair, as the Maasai tend to have. He's half naked. He in a goddamn loincloth with a goddamn spear and shit, killing shit in the goddamn outback. And your fucking fiance is a computer geek in the hotel down the street. Well, goddamn, if that's all that's required and these are your options, the nerdy weirdo in the hotel room and the motherfucker who can slay some shit out in the outback and shit, well, goddamn, I guess you did fall instantly in love, you opportunist. You opportunist. You colonizing imperial wench. And the whole movie was about this girl from her perspective. I loved him so much that I left my family in Sweden, that I left my parents, I left my life of privilege to live in the bush with his family. And despite the fact that all his people knew, all the women, all the sisters in them, everybody welcomed this bitch into the community. She's a feminist, though. I couldn't live like that. Like, he wanted things his way and I wanted things my way. Oh, my God. Ooh, child. They had a baby. This girl, when she decided that she couldn't, quote, live according to the customs of the Maasai people because she's a feminist and this just does not align with my principles, she takes the baby from the whole community to move the little mixed race baby to Sweden to endure the suffering that every mixed race child endures living in an environment that is hostile to Blackness in any way that it presents. That's what she did. But the villain of the story was all these niggas. The villains of the story, the way she told this story, the villains of the story was all these niggas. Not that her colonizing, imposing, entitled self imposed her will, supposedly as an observer. Bitch, you ain't supposed to interact. You're supposed to observe. Take your pictures and go on about your motherfucking life. That ain't what she did, though. She chose the most powerful of the community. She chose the prince of the whole people to be the one she... All of them look just alike. All these brothers look just alike. They all hunters. They all willing to doing the thing. This bitch just happens to fall in love with the prince, with the face of power in this community. In this community with no running water. In this community with no electricity. Oh, why don't you take your white privilege if you're going to fall in love with a prince, bitch, and at least give them the bare necessities to make life easier? Bring your white privilege in the form of fucking infrastructure. Say, you know what? I got this contacts. I got this privilege. I am from Sweden. It's the richest country on the goddamn planet. I got all these resources. If I'm going to live here, the least I can do is not change the customs, but just like ease some of the shit that don't need to be. Let me make sure there's a well. We can dig a borehole up in this bitch, so they ain't got to travel for miles and miles and miles and miles and miles and miles and miles every single day just to get water to consume. We can dig a borehole right up in this bitch. We can own the huts the way that they built. We can add some rain water harvesting technology where they can capture the rainwater from the rainy season so that they can have water to drink. We can do some rooftop gardening. She ain't do none of that. She ain't bring no skills. She ain't bring no skills. Didn't bring no privilege, didn't bring no money. The money that afforded her to be a professional photographer out in the world renowned and all of this shit. She ain't bring none of that to the village. Sets her sights on the face of power in the village, taking who would be promised to the most powerful female. She done totally fuck that up. So the sister that would have been in line to marry the face of power in the village according to the custom, she a non-issue. She faceless in the documentary. You feel me? I got an attitude with y'all. Because that shit play out in real time and y'all act like something wrong with us. And this ain't about black men. It's not about me centering black men or brown men or red men. It is about the peculiar role as an instrument of imperial domination that white women enthusiastically play. They enthusiastically become the tools and weapons for the further deepening and the more covert way with which imperial domination weaves its way into every space under the face of the soft, of the innocent, of the demure, of the... I got an attitude with y'all today. I got an attitude with the way with which you align yourselves with us, women of color in particular, and then we don't know until it's too late that your ass had ulterior motives. And that it never fails, no matter how much hope I hold out for these women, man. And I'm going to tell you, my best friend, so with this, I ain't talking as some bitter black bitch on the outside. Throughout my entire childhood, from kindergarten on, my best friends have always almost exclusively been white women. My childhood, I'm telling y'all something, man. It's so weird, and I never understood until I started getting into this work with the goddess. That everything that is our life is purposeful if we care to go back and ask the question why, or match the now with the then. Why was it that in Alabama that was so racist where I was growing up? Why is it that so many white young girls in particular, but not exclusively, I had a lot of white male friends from kindergarten on. I can almost remember all their names. I was like, what is it? I was poor. We lived in a trailer park. You know what I'm saying? We didn't wear new clothes. We wore hand-me-downs. We shopped at the Goodwill. What was it about these white people? All these white people throughout my childhood, throughout my teenage years, throughout my adolescent years in high school, throughout my early 20s. Oh, and I told y'all many times. I was in ceremony with Spirit. I was like, even as a black nationalist, man, white people was like, oh, Cassandra, oh, Iapo, we like you. I'm like, why? I'm talking about crackers. I'm talking about fight the power. Why? What do y'all want from me? You feel me? What do y'all want from me? Right? And so I'm like, damn, what is it? What is it with you and all these white people, Spirit? Like, what you want with me and them? And it is because they exist because they're supposed to. They exist, they here. They exist because they're supposed to. What's wrong is the malignancy that exists in the them that they present as now. That's the resolution. You feel me? And we all have stakes in resolving that. I'm just going to put that out there. Whether that's directly with them or whether that is through concerted isolation. And some other things that we got to consider. That sometimes it's our protection that has allowed their malignancy to go on unchecked, as opposed to creating a culture of social isolation. That once they along with them, like all these black people was all crying crocodile tears about the all white village up in the mountains in Arkansas, wherever the fuck it was. Like, why y'all mad? Let them do that. Let them do that. That's a good ass idea. Let them do that. They want a whole nation that's just them by they. Let them do that. Why? They want their own neighborhoods and their own community. Why would you want to be there? Let them do that. Because once they along with themselves and they remember that we ain't the problem, that they the problem, because they don't like each other either. The only time that they have any kind of philosophical or political unity is when they're uniting around a whiteness in opposition to everybody else. But they got short-term memory. They don't like each other neither. They don't like nobody, and it's the evidence of their malignancy. That's the problem. The malignancy is the problem. You feel me? Even this whole idea, and I'll be honest, somebody gonna be mad about this. I'm most certain. But I believe Dr. Frances Cress Welsing was wrong. That's my position. I believe she was wrong. Not only do I believe she was wrong, I believe that her philosophy contributed to an already maniacal, nonsensical idea. I don't disagree on everything. I love Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, but this idea that she propagated so heavy in the 90s, especially going on Donahue and all of this shit, talking about the reason that white people are so violent and the reason white people don't like black people and red people and brown people and all of this shit is because they are afraid They are responding to the idea of, or the fear of, genetic annihilation. That anytime white people have children with races of any color, then because the white gene is the recessive gene, they baby's gonna look like them other people. They baby's gonna look like Asians. They baby's gonna look like natives. They baby's gonna look like black people. Blah, 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 blah. I think that she threw fuel on an already open, wild, uninhibited flame. I think that's what she did as a black woman. She contributed to a narcotic and nonsensical ideology that was most expressed in Nazi Germany, but not exclusively. Because what she did not say is that, now, if she had gone on to say that their fear of genetic annihilation is nonsensical, that their fear of genetic annihilation, and this is how history teaches us that if their fear of genetic annihilation was baseless and lunacy and was not a fear based in reality, then I'd have been like, that's a right on assessment. That the reason that they are violent in this particular way is because of the fear of genetic annihilation that has no basis in the real world. The presumption is that white supremacy is the supreme, that white people are the supreme, that white people are the best, that white people are the this and the this and the this and the this. And if we do not protect through violence the separation between the white world and the colored world, then we will eventually be eradicated, because all of our women will be attracted to all these colored men, and because they penises is seen as the object through which the annihilation of the white race will come, we will specifically attack their genitalia as an outright aggression against their genetic superiority or some dumbass shit. I feel like what she said added fuel to an already insanely blazing fire threatening to destroy the earth. And the impact that it had, I feel like, because what she didn't say is that what she should have said is that first of all, everybody ain't attracted to white people, motherfuckers. White people will continue to exist. I promise you. The presumption is that if we do not aggressively and violently make these distinctions between us and them, that all of us will run over there to them, or everybody is just so attracted to us and our supremacy that everybody will be trying to be our booze. Fuck y'all. Fuck y'all. What she was doing without knowing it is really reiterating its fucking lunacy, insane concept of white supremacy and white superiority. Everybody ain't attracted to y'all. And I'm going to tell you something. First of all, white people will continue to remain. That's what I'm saying. White people will continue to be attracted to themselves, just like every other race. Black people will continue to be attracted to black people, not just because of our skin color, but because of our shared culture, because of our shared genetic experiences, because of our shared where we grew up. Some black people from the South ain't attracted to black skin people from the Northeast because culturally we don't match. You feel me? There's a whole variety of things that attracts human beings to other human beings. And so the presumption on both sides, white nationalist presumptions about, protecting and preserving the race and all that shit, and then the black ass presumption is that because Dr. Frances Cress Welsing was really onto a lot. Right? She really, really was. Like, she was a genius. I met her months before she transitioned. I told her, I was like, can I just come live in your closet and be your protege for like 3-4 months? And little did I know she was going to transition 4 months later. But she was a genius. She really, really was. But just because she was genius don't mean that there weren't flaws in her ideology. Don't mean that we haven't learned anything new in the 50 years that she had been teaching. Like, we evolve all the time. We come to understand different things that may have a foundation in what she was teaching, but then we're like, oh, this is where that was weak. This is the expression of that right now. This is why what she said 40 years ago, 50 years ago is not as relevant as it seemed in the moment. We be scared to do that. So we be swallowing shit, hook, line, and sinker, exactly the way it was, exactly when it was said, no matter how irrelevant the fuck it is right now, for fear of offending our ancestors or offending the traditions, whatever. Stop doing that. She was wrong. And what she did without knowing it was added fuel, gave legitimacy to a lunatical ideology by white men attempting to create an excuse for genocide. That's all they were doing. White supremacy, the fear of genetic annihilation, it's all code, bitch. It's all sleight of hand shit. That ain't got nothing to do with it. It is about a malignancy in the sun gone rogue, looking for ways to legitimize, justify, and reason why his ass is bloodthirsty, why his ass enjoys genocide, why his ass enjoys murder. It is because this malignancy has presented a new being, a new Godhead in his consciousness that is always antithetical to the life of the mother, to the life-giving aspects of the mother, the life-supporting aspects of the mother. That's all it is. This fucking disease lives in all of us. I don't care how progressive we think we are. I am always saying this about myself. So I feel like I have a right to say it about white people. Because I don't say about white people what I don't acknowledge exists in me. We all are the victims of a malignancy that it literally proliferates the goddamn air we breathe in, whether philosophically or actually, with all this pollen we breathe in, all this semen floating in the air in California. Oh, child, okay? We all are sick with the malignancy of a white male father God taking up all the primordial space that is our heaven, that is our head. He has decapitated the primordial black that was your universe and imposed a pure white father God, patriarch with a white beard, and superimposed it in the place where the mother that gave the destiny that you were given to by your mother should be. And in that behavior and in that replacement of your destiny, you too are malignant. That's why you being black and female with a uterus hate black women. Yup. That's why you with a uterus and born female hate black trans women. Yup. That's why you, all of you, just completely act like trans men don't exist. Ain't a real thing. Yup. That's why y'all hate people who move within the fluidity of gender presentation. I just told you that if this is the water where you can see the sun and this is the water where you can no longer see the sun, is it still the same ocean? Yup. Then why you got a problem with transgender people, gender non-conforming people, non-binary people, people who just want to wear a dress because it feels good to wear a dress, and you got testicles, and every now and again you want the wind to swoop up there and like flutter your testicles too. You want to feel the wind up in your genitals too. Why y'all got a problem with people and how they choose to live on this bitch? However they choose to live. And it's because of this bullshit that is an illusion of separation imposed on you by the sun gone rogue. Every problem that you have, every prejudice you have, everything that you have is the impact of the sun gone rogue in your head. And so I will always put my shit on blast. Yes, I still have issues that I know very well are the evidence that the sun gone rogue is still ever present in my consciousness. The difference between me and y'all is I go to war with that motherfucker every day. Yes, I do. Every time I open my eyes and look at my ceiling, I am staging a contest with the sun gone rogue alive in my head. There is no choice but for all of us to do that if we want to finally. And it's not about slaying the sun gone rogue. Oh. It is about subduing him. It is about because he exists, because he is a part of the whole that has always existed. Do you see? So it's not about slaying the sun gone rogue as an idea. The sun gone rogue is an expression of an inherent glitch within us as the one. And so what it means is how to re-embrace, how to subdue the sun. That's the language in 5 elements theory. That is the language in yin yang theory. Is you need the yang. You need the yang. You cannot exist without it. You need the yang, but the yang has to be anchored. The yang has to be embraced. The yang, you know how sometimes your kid be so butt wild, little babies. They be so butt wild, they be wilding out of control, and sometimes all you can do is just hold them. You calm? You good? And you just got them. You got their little arms pinned by their. You gonna be all right? Take a deep breath. I used to do that with my grandson. He would just all of a sudden out of nowhere be butt wilding, and I would just put him in a bear hug. Let me go. Let me go. No, you gonna take a deep breath. I don't want to take a deep breath. No. Zane, take a deep breath. I don't want to take a deep breath. Let me go. No. I'm not going to let you go until you okay. You okay? No. I'm not going to let you go until you okay, Zane. Take a deep breath, Zane. Take another deep breath, Zane. Then I feel his body go limp. Like, okay, you okay, Zane? Yeah, I'm okay. You sure? Yeah, I'm okay. You want to watch TV? Yes. You want some snacks? Yes. I said, okay, Zane, I'm going to let you go. You going to be all right? I'm all right, yeah. And then I let him go. And his little relaxed body sit right up under my armpit, which is his favorite place to sit, right here under my armpit. I know that sounds like a lot, considering what we're up against. But if you believe anything that I'm saying and the connections and even in that movie, I reference it a lot in the Black Panther when Killmonger said, the child abandoned by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. There is a need. There is a desperation. There is a separation. There is this malignancy has been caused, has been thrust upon human beings. Males are the primary victims of patriarchy. That's a hard thing to hear, but it turns our babies. Every boy, every man was a boy. Every man was a baby. And as a baby, every man was innocent. Every baby was malleable. Every baby just experienced. And these babies, every baby that has become a man and the father has been deprived of love and affection and trust. Imagine being a man. Imagine being a man in today's world. We're in this world, no matter what you say out your mouth, no matter what you do, women do not trust you. Children are taught not to trust you because you are a man. This is not wrong teaching. This is a response. But I'm telling you, imagine being that man. Imagine being the man who at one point, you in your body have a memory of being innocent, of being a baby, of being a toddler, of just wanting to go outside and play, of just wanting to go outside and ride your bicycle with your friends, of just having your favorite teacher and say, this is my favorite teacher, and being a baby, being loved, being allowed to be. And it's in your proximity to adulthood teaches everyone around you, you are no longer safe. You are not to be trusted. Imagine the isolation, the loneliness, the fear, the rage, the resentment And I'm telling you what that leads to. That when there is no safety, no longer any certainty, no longer any safety, no longer any certainty, no longer any joy, laughter, touching, regular hugs, all of that goes there. Laughing and playfulness and hugs and kisses on the cheeks every day. This is my baby boy. This is my little boo. This is my little squish. All of that is retrieved the closer you get to adulthood, the quote closer you get to manhood, the more touch and kisses and affection is retracted from you. The certainty that comes with the guarantee of nourishment and care, being cared for and loved and provided for, and all your needs being met. And imagine you no longer being supported in your vision as a boy child. As a boy child, you want to do things that are great for humans. You want to be Superman because you see that Superman helps people. That Superman doesn't want fame. That's why he disguises himself. He just wants to be powerful enough to help everybody that he loves and everybody that's around him. And he doesn't care about fame. He doesn't care that anybody doesn't know. He's just regular old Clark Kent who just writes paper, who just writes for the paper, and and he just lives a regular life because that's all he wants is a regular life. And he doesn't need fame and acclaim. He just wants to be powerful enough to help people who need help. And so you a child, a boy child, and you say, I want to be Superman. I want to be like Spider-Man. This is the plea of a baby who wants to help a world that he sees even as a baby needs help. I want to be, a police officer. Why? Because he want to be the state? No, because in his baby mind, he thinks that the police help people. I want to be a firefighter. Why? Because he says firefighters are like superheroes. They have the ability to help people who can't help themselves. And his proximity to manhood at the same time that it's retracting him of certainty, of love, of sense of identity, of connection with his ancestors, of kisses and loves and hugs, and the certainty of sustenance, emotional sustenance and food and care, kills his dreams. It causes a malignancy in his dreams. His dreams are here in his liver, in his gallbladder, in his wood element. It's the sturdy foundation of the earth and the metal and the water. It's the sturdy foundation of the trunk. It's the sturdy foundation. Because in the water element, that's where his ancestors are too. That's where his genetic material come from. That's the way the strength of his bones come from, is the water element. You understand? That's where his DNA comes from. That's where his blood develops. That's the water element. And if the water element, which governs your will to live, your desire, your lust for life, comes from your ancestors, bitch. It comes from your water. It comes from the primordial abyss. And if something goes awry in the water element, fear, that's this. Shock, that's this. Grief, that's this. Worry, uncertainty, pensiveness, that's here. If the earth and the metal and the water are unsteady because of emotional trauma, because of the deprivation of touch, the deprivation of love and affection, the deprivation of affirming words, fear-mongering through Christian ideology of hell, damnation, demons, and Satan and shit from your infancy, that everything is out to kill you. Everything is out to destroy and devour you. It kills the strength of the wood. It destroys the strength of the wood that is sturdy in its foundation, but still flexible at the top to ensure that there are a myriad of ways to accomplish the dreams of the babies. The dream and the mind's eye of the baby that is governed by the wood, governed by the general. But if his whole foundation is shaky and unsteady because of emotional terror campaigns, chronic emotional terror campaigns partnered with deprivation, then this, what should be the flexible, the sturdy, sound, deeply rooted wood that is sturdy at the foundation and still flexible in the ebbs and flows and the changes of the wind of the top of the tree, that allows the general to be flexible in his seeing the baby's vision in his mind eye, and being able to be flexible in how to accomplish the baby's vision. But now the general becomes rigid. Why? Because in the baby's frustration, which left untreated becomes resentment, which left untreated becomes depression, which left untreated becomes rage and resentment. And this is a wood that is being thrown on the fire of the heart. This rigid, hard, inflexible wood that is now being tossed on this fire, tossed on this fire, tossed on this fire. Why? Because the wood is the mother of the fire. The wood is the mother of the fire element. And so she's dumping all this rage and resentment. I'm trying to do it backwards. My eyes is not going right with the freaking direction of this fucking camera. Anyway, so the wood is throwing this rigid wood, this hard, dry wood. What did I tell y'all about the names of the wood element points? The insect ditch. The wood that looks sturdy on the outside, but is hollow on the inside from being devoured from the inside out by insects. The insect ditch is point 1, liver 1 of the liver channel. The insect ditch, the wood that looks sturdy on the outside and is completely hollow from being devoured from within. This wood, this dry, brittle wood that burns up easily and hot, thrown onto the emperor, the heart, the primordial heat, fire sign, the upper palace. And what happens when you continue to throw wood on a steadily burning fire? That fire starts to blaze and get bigger and bigger and all consuming and all consuming. This becomes mental illness. All mental illness is a condition of the heart. Too much fire on the heart. Too much fire. That's the primary. This pathogenesis is the primary cause of all mental illness. Conditions of the liver spilling out into the heart. This pathogenesis is the cause for nightmares, is the cause for night terrors, is the cause for insomnia, is the cause for disrupted sleep. Too much fire thrown on the steady, ever-present, eternal flame that is the heart. That's supposed to burn steady enough to do all of the things without blazing out of control. That's the diagnosis. Is heart fire blazing out of control, or liver qi stagnation causing liver yang rising. What does that mean? Aneurysm, stroke, cardiovascular incidences in the head. Yeah. It can cause stuttering. This pathogenesis between the heart and between the liver and the heart, the wood and the fire. All of these play a role, but this is the primary pathogenesis. And it can explain so much. This can explain why you got cancer. Why your ass got lung cancer, why your ass got liver cancer, why your ass got breast cancer, why your ass got thyroid cancer, why your ass got cancers of the head or the neck, why your ass got brain cancer, why your ass have aneurysm, why your ass have stroke, why your ass have heart attack. This is the primary pathogenesis that explains all of that. All of these play a role, but this is the primary pathogenesis. To understand this is to understand the world. Why? Because that's how 5 elements was developed. It was like, damn, if all of this shit is happening in the world, if the streams run from the streams to the rivers, and from the rivers to the legs, and from the legs to the oceans, and from the oceans to the seas, then this must what be happening up in us. Feel me? If you cut down too many trees, and the tree and the wood element controls the earth element, what happens? If you cut down too many trees, the earth cannot be held in place because there ain't no root system no more to hold the earth in place. So what you have? Rain slides, mudslides every time it rains. The earth is unsteady, and so it cannot be held in place, and so it just runs down the mountainside, causing all kind of damage. When you had the mudslide, because you done chop down all the motherfucking trees, and you have the mudslide. What happened once the mud slide? It slides down to the nearest body of water, usually a river or a stream that people be drinking out of, and now they can't drink out of it because the earth has polluted the waterway. Now the animals can't drink the water, the people can't drink the water because the water is full of this loose mud. What happens when the water becomes polluted with mud? It starts to destabilize the banks, changing the way the river runs. What else happens when you have a mudslide? Sometimes big ass chunks of mud, like boulders or rocks, come down into the waterways and dam up the waterways. If the rock is too big to move the boulders, guess what happened? The river or the stream or the drinking place stops flowing, and everything downstream from where it used to flow dries up, and it dies. Ain't that what happened? What that happened when the flow of water is interrupted from its natural course, and it causes all of these drying. This drying over time will contribute to fires blazing out of control, because the water is the element that controls the natural burn of the fire of the heart. And if the water is stagnant, if the water is deficient, if the water is non-existent, then this makes it likely for more, quote, brush fires and wildfires to happen, because the flow of the natural flow of water has been interrupted. If there are more fires happening, how is that going to impact the metal element? Right? And on and on and on. This is the controlling cycle, the arrows from within. The arrows on the outside are the generating cycle. Wood gives birth to fire. Fire generates or gives birth to earth. Earth generates or gives birth to metal. Metal generates or gives birth to water. Water generates or gives birth to wood. This is one. They are one in a relationship, in their expression, in their different manifestations, in their relationship and reliance on one another. That's why in Chinese medicine, or in Chinese philosophical theory, or even in Chinese astrology, you are not just assigned an animal. Like, we are in the snake sign, the year of the snake. But what snake? We are in the year of the wood snake. And the last time we had a snake year, it was the year of the metal snake. You feel me? Each person is assigned a type. I am a wood type. I'm a wood element type. I'm a wood rabbit, astrologically, and a wood type medically. You feel me? Same way in Ayurveda, you have the doshas, and you are assigned a dosha type, and there might be a mix of a dosha, but you are still typed based on your doshas. Your medicine will change based on your dosha. If you a dosha type and you have diabetes, you won't get the same medicine that a person who is a fire dosha and has diabetes. Y'all won't have the same medicine. You feel what I'm saying? Anyway, y'all know I could do this all day, and y'all will sit right here and let me do this all day. So I'm done. And what I'm gonna do is what's up? You want to talk to the people? Come here, big fat fatty. Come here, big fat fatty. Come here, boy. Come here, boy. Come here. Come here. Come here, Storm. Come on. He had me mad this morning. This loud ass Negro. They on punishment today. They can't go outside today because when I tell you, he cut the whole clown today. Oh, but he's so squishy. That's my boo. You my boo. You my boo, little squishy. You my boo. That's my boy. This is Storm. This is my baby. I'm a big old love nugget. He's such a love nugget. He just be laying in the kisses. He just be laying in the kisses. Look at his little baby face. But this little monstrous thing, he had me mad this morning. Yeah, boy. Y'all want me to go grab one of the kittens? Y'all want to see one of the babies? I'm going to go grab a baby. Get on down there, big old head. Oh, big old head. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a baby. Down, big head. They still really little, so she still got them in. She still got them in hiding. She won't let them come out and play. But this is one of meow. Oh my gosh! Look at his little self. Oh, I know, little baby. Oh my gosh! So there's 3 of them like this, the little stripy kinds. I know, little baby. She mad. She like, why you got my baby, bitch? So there's 3 of the little stripy ones, and she mad. She's like, give me my baby back, bitch. I got an attitude. There's 3 of them, and then two little black ones. Oh no, little baby. Okay, so I see you, icy captain. I'm about to go eat. I'm starving. Hey, little baby. Oh my goodness, she's so cute. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and log out. Maybe around 9 o'clock, I'll get into the book. No diversions, no distractions. I'll get into the book when we get up in here at 9. All right. Peace, everybody. It's good seeing y'all. Hope y'all had a great weekend. I know, girl. I know. I'm gonna give a bang. I'm gonna give